Mayor, we are, sir.
Do we have a city clerk? Do we have a city clerk? Sir.
Just before I came in, I saw the news about the Zoom. Work remotely, so damn, I could have stayed down, watched the game on the computer.
I strongly consider that. It's like, and it's Juneteenth, so technically we should be taking the day off.
Yep.
Check.
Check 1 2, test 1 2.
This is a hybrid meeting of the City Council. Members of the public can view this meeting live on Channel 8, the city's website, and YouTube. Live Spanish translation services are being provided for tonight's council meeting by telephone. Please dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091 *.
Se ofrecen servicios de interpretación en español para esta reunión del Consejo Municipal por teléfono. Marque el número 720-386-9023 y utilice el código 104091 #.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. City Clerk is the host of the Zoom meeting. Speakers will be able to unmute themselves when recognized. This time I'll call the regular meeting to order and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Mayor Huseman.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Alan Thomas. Councilmember Madera.
Present.
Councilmember Davis.
Present.
Councilmember Noble.
Present.
Councilmember Hurst. Councilmember Grimes.
Present.
Councilmember Ford. Councilmember Douglas.
Present.
Mayor Huseman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. At this time, I'm looking for a motion and a second to excuse those members not present. Mayor Pro Tem,
So moved.
Councilmember Grimes.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to excuse those members not present. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. For the record, one more time, Mr. Gibson, could you please run through who is present and who's not?
Looks like Councilmember Hurst has joined, Mayor. So the only council member not present either in Zoom or physically would be Councilmember Ford.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to invite all of you present and remote to join us in a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All public comment will occur during citizen communication except for public hearings. Persons who registered to speak under multiple items will be allowed to speak multiple times. Per council policy, citizen communication is the time on our agenda for the public to address council on business and affairs of the city. City Council is not able to hear any comments at this time on land use matters that are before or may come before council. Please reserve such comments for the appropriate public hearing. As a reminder, we take your comments seriously but do not generally respond to comments until later in the evening. Council must wait until administrative council business to take action in response to citizen communication. Council members can ask questions of speakers if desired. Tonight we have one individual who is registered to speak for citizen communication. Eric Carlson.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Thank you, Dylan. Good evening, Mayor, members of council, Eric Carlson, Foster Graham, Milstein, and Kalisher. I'm here to address you tonight with regard to case number S78722, which is the Can-Am subdivision. There's a request before you tonight to call that up to a public hearing, and we respectfully request that you do not call this subdivision to a public hearing. As you all may remember, we were here just 2 weeks ago, hearing the annexation, the PUD zoning, and a rezoning request with regard to this case. This case received plenty of scrutiny, plenty of negotiations, discussions with staff and yourself with regard specifically to infrastructure, circulation, transportation signals, an appropriate installation of all of those was memorialized into the annexation agreement that was before you. During that presentation, the applicant team made an incredible effort to show the infrastructure, the street layout, the circulations, and all of those things that were before you and thus memorialized into the annexation agreement at that time. We appreciate the role that which the public hearing process plays for certain subdivisions in your city. Provides an opportunity for public involvement, no doubt. Particularly, that process appears to be relevant in situations in which cases, properties were zoned a long time ago. You inherited a lot of things as city council members that you now have to make decisions on. This case is different. This case was in front of you. This case was one in which you negotiated the annexation agreement, spoke to the transportation, traffic signal, circulation items. Our clients submitted a letter to you last week requesting and outlining some business difficulties that a delay that would be caused by a delay if this case went through the public hearing process. And again, for all of the reasons, the recency of this case, everything that's memorialized within the annexation agreement, we respectfully request that you do not call the Can-Am subdivision into a public hearing process. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, sir. Does anybody on council have any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for your time this evening. Thank you for speaking with us tonight. If follow-up is necessary, you should expect to be contacted by a staff member. Members of the public were also able to submit comments online and by mail. Written comments received by the deadline were incorporated into the updated agenda packet. If anyone wishes to speak at a future council meeting, please check the meeting agenda and city website for information on how to register or submit written comments. We're now going to move on to noticed council business. First up is city council automatic adjournment. We'll ask Councilmember Madera to introduce your item and make a motion.
Yeah, so there's been some confusion on the automatic adjournment, regarding what time the meetings start or, if recess is included. So I thought, it'd be easier to just simplify the ordinance for all council meetings to end at 10:30. And instead of having 30 or half an hour increments to extend the meeting, we can vote whatever increment we need to finish the meeting. So my motion is to amend the automatic adjournment ordinance to end all meetings at 10:30 and to change the increment by which we can extend the meetings by any increment necessary.
And Councilmember Madera, just to clarify, your motion is to direct the city attorney to draft amendment to the ordinance. Is that correct?
I believe the amendment has been drafted already.
Mr. Hayter, has that been drafted already?
I have provided to Councilmember Madera a draft for his review to see if that was the intent of what he wanted to do, because it's something he had contacted me about previously. It's not a part of the record tonight, as far as I know. So, we can put this, we'd have to put this back on calendar with notice so that the public knows what's going on there with the amendment of the ordinance. At the same time, if you wanted to read into the record this evening the changes you want to be made, we could, have a vote on that this evening.
Councilmember Madera, how do you want to proceed?
I'm okay with making the motion to draft the ordinance and bring it back at a later time.
Councilmember Grimes?
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to direct city attorney to draft amendments to the ordinance concerning automatic adjournment of city council meetings as specified by the requester. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Noble?
Thank you very much, Mayor. Councilmember Madera, who was the seconder on or the co-sponsor of your agenda item?
I noticed it so long ago that I don't remember. I think, was it Councilmember Grimes? Yeah.
Okay, thank you. It wasn't on the agenda, and so I'm hoping that in the future, the staff will ensure that our agendas are consistent so that both the sponsor and the co-sponsor are on each agenda item. Thank you. And then the other question I have for you is if your amendment is factoring in, say, we have an Urban Renewal Authority meeting at 6, and then a city council meeting starts at 7, are you counting from when a city council meeting begins or when any meeting begins?
Any meeting just ends at 10:30.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Douglas?
Yes, thank you. So I'd like to clarify, you were saying that it would end at 10:30, but we can still vote to extend the meeting,
Correct.
but not by half-hour increments?
By any increment that we need. So half hour, 15 minutes, an hour,
Okay, so
whatever,
what you're
motion
trying
you would
to,
like to
yeah,
make.
get rid of is every half hour we
Yeah,
have to.
because before we could
vote.
only do half hour increments.
Thank you for your explanation. I appreciate that.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. Along those same lines as Councilmember Noble, I was just curious, like I said, why wasn't the other person listed on the agenda like the other item on the agenda? I have a question for staff, why that has occurred.
I'm not sure what happened on that. We can do that going forward.
Thank you.
All right, I have a motion and a second to direct city attorney to prepare amendments to the ordinance concerning automatic adjournment. Seeing no further requests for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. That motion is going to carry unanimously. I'm not getting any audio from our remote participant. Was that a yes from him?
Yes, it was.
Thank you. Does carry unanimously. Next up, we're going to have the request for public hearing regarding case S-787-22. We'll ask Councilmember Douglas to introduce your item and make a motion.
Thank you. So thank you for allowing me to bring this forward. The reason that I'm bringing it forward is that I believe the public has a right to receive information and weigh in on anything that impacts our communities, even if it's just a subdivision, subdividing a plat. So saying that, I'm making a motion to ask council to call for a public hearing on case S-787-22.
I have a motion to request a public hearing on case S-787-22. Councilmember Noble?
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Madera?
So I won't be supporting this simply for the reason that we just heard this 2 weeks ago, and this came before council, even longer before then, and so there's really been an arduous process of the applicant going and having public meetings and really being engaged with the public, and to me this just feels like our vote as a council 2 weeks ago isn't being respected in a way, and bringing this back up to bring it into a public hearing when we went over several of these aspects of the cases multiple times already, and so it just feels like it's not respecting what the council had voted on just 2 weeks ago, and so I won't be supporting this.
Councilmember Noble?
The reason I'm supporting it is because we had issues surrounding notification in the first incident, well, actually in the fall, and then in later after that, and then, of course, a couple of weeks ago. And I'm very concerned that residents who are surrounding this area will be greatly impacted, and I think they need to be able to weigh in. It's not as simple as some of these others, or as was stated earlier. I think it's actually a very complex one, particularly because of the density of the residential area surrounding this.
Councilmember Grimes?
Thank you, Mayor. I won't be supporting this motion, same reasons as Councilman Madera, plus I would add that we had an opportunity to see the subdivided plat in the last hearing, and so that information has already been made public and seen by the public. Additionally, I would counter, the claim that there's too much density here. The very same development is happening in Northfield as we speak, right smack in the middle of million-dollar homes, and it looks like a really nice development in addition to that community. I personally would like to see it in ours.
Councilmember Douglas?
So you speak about respecting the council. However, if you look at the flow chart that shows who we answer to, I can tell you that who we answer to is the public, and we owe them that respect. Now, you heard somebody from the public come and speak in citizens' communication and expressed very well and quite articulately that the community there was under the impression that it was all taken care of because of the fact that the Planning Commission had recommended to move forward, but without the gas station, and they felt misguided. And going forward, I believe that the public needs to be involved, whether there's a gas station there or not. If you go over to 48th in Central Park and see the Quick Trip over there, I can tell you, there are no residents around it at all. It's warehouses and whatever commercial buildings are going up, and it's not retail, it's probably light industrial. But the fact that we serve the public, that is our duty to show them respect. And that's why I'm asking for this to come back for a public hearing. Not to come back, but to just involve the citizens moving forward so that they know what's going on every step of the way. Thank you.
I have some questions regarding this case. Can you tell me what elements of the development are part of this plat? Is it just the residential? Does it include the commercial property?
Good evening, Mayor. Before I answer that question, I'm looking to the city attorney to make sure that we're not speaking out of turn, given that we're not in a de novo hearing yet.
No, I think it's fine. He's trying to get a good idea as to what exactly they'd be reviewing on call-up. It seems appropriate.
Perfect. Thank you, sir. So to answer that question, what you would be looking at is a 3-track subdivision of the property. It is not a platting of the property into buildable lots. It is platting the property into unbuildable tracts.
Okay.
If I missed the mark, Mayor, please, what additional information might you be looking for, sir? Make sure I hit your answer.
So give me a better understanding of what this case actually is. Typically, the zoning case has a Z in front of it, an annexation, an AN in front of it. Subdivision, is that, I'm struggling to understand what exactly is trying to be called up right now, because typically when the city council exerts its efforts to call something up, it is a final plat that is being called up. You're telling me this is not a final plat, it is just 3 tracks that are not even developable yet. So is this the proper time for a call-up, or is the more appropriate time whenever it gets subdivided? Or is this not getting subdivided into lots because it's going to be multifamily?
So thank you for that question, sir, and I will try to make sure that I stay in line. So what you have before you is a form of a plat. It's more akin to a conveyance plat, where the developer is subdividing the property. So this is a subdivision plat, but the conveyance plat is simply taking those tracts of land, either for the commercial or residential, and is allowing the developer to be able to sell them to a future owner who will ultimately come back before the city to subdivide the property into then buildable lots, or a replat into buildable lots, which would go through an assessment of other additional analysis and details once we actually have a defined product.
Thank you. Can you give me a little peek into the approval criteria for tracks versus plats? Does it still follow the same rules that we're going to hear repeatedly tonight?
Yes, sir. They still are required to follow the final plat requirements for creating those tracks.
Okay.
So if I may,
Yes.
to Mayor Huseman, you also have a situation where the term final plat, I think, is something that causes confusion, because that's really within the planning and land use world, it's a term of art. So just because we call it a final plat doesn't mean it's not going to come back for another final plat, if you will, which I think causes some confusion. And it's when things are further subdivided that you have a greater idea of what the actual density will be and some of the adverse impacts that will result. So with that in mind, I'm sorry the term can be confusing, but it's kind of one of those other things just to kind of recognize. But it would be the same approval criteria at that second time, but you'll just have more information.
Correct. Thank you, Matt.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, The request is to break this piece of property into 3 separate pieces of property that can further be broken down into whatever use is designated at that time in accordance with the PUD document and zoning that was already approved by the city council.
Yes, sir.
This particular case, as it sits right now, is just breaking it into 3 different lots that allows them to go sell those 3 different lots or tracts, however we want to refer to that, to somebody else who can then have to come back before the city and potentially the city council and planning commission to say, this is what we wish to build there.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I would be careful with the use of the words tracts and lots because they do have different definitions and entitlements under our land development code.
I agree, and I think we'll hear about that later, right? My follow-up question on that, though, if it is a tract, and then one of those intended uses becomes a multifamily property, the multifamily property can be built on a tract without having to go through an additional process?
No, sir. A tract is an unbuildable piece of property, so they will still need to go through the platting process to turn it from a tract to a lot.
Okay. Given those answers, I don't see that bringing this case before the city council at this time is actually going to help anybody. I don't think that it actually allows us to exert really anything that is going to be of actionable I just don't think it's the right time to do this. I think the proper time to bring it before the city council is whenever those uses have been identified and it actually becomes developable property. So because of that, I won't support the motion. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, I have a motion and a second to call up request a public hearing regarding case S-787-22. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay.
Aye.
I think we're going to land 3 to 5 on that one. And the motion will fail. All right. Next up is a motion to rescind the direction of staff to purchase property or to pursue purchase of the Echo property. This is on the agenda at my request after having conversations with the city manager regarding this property, as well as the change in zoning that was provided to us versus what we were led to believe whenever the property was initially brought to us for discussion. Because of those issues, I don't feel that this is actually the right thing for us to pursue at this time. Therefore, I make a motion to direct staff to abandon all pursuit of purchasing the Echo property. Mayor Pro Tem?
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Grimes?
Thank you, Mayor. I won't be supporting the motion. I'm still very much in favor of preserving the property. It falls within our historic preservation plan, and would like to see us invest some money in the core city for that preservation. So I won't be supporting the motion tonight.
Councilmember Madera?
I also will not be supporting this motion. For the public who may not know what this property is, it's an effort on the city to preserve the oldest home in Commerce City. And, to me, once it's gone, it's gone, it's over 100 years old, and to see it be turned into something else, that would just be heartbreaking to lose the city's history like that, when as a city we can preserve that and make it something that the entire community can enjoy and really learn about our past from. So I won't be supporting this. I think it's our duty to preserve history, and I would just hate to see it lost.
Councilmember Noble?
I want to preserve history as well, and I think it's also incumbent upon the city council to use due diligence in making any decisions. And I don't think that there was due diligence when this property came before us, and it is not reflected in the price that's being discussed. Are there other methods that we have for preserving historic property? For example, do we have a historic designation that could be applied to this house?
Thank you, Councilmember Noble. That's a great question. We do not. Staff is in the final process of undertaking a historic preservation ordinance. that would be able to set the roadmap for us in being able to identify either districts or properties with a historic preservation or historic designation.
I'm concerned that Commerce City is not in the renovation business, and there has been the inspection report that I looked at. I took time to come into the city attorney's office and look at the inspection report and look at the photographs. The inspector was unable to look carefully at the property because of everything that was included, that was on the walls, pegboards in the basement. I could see that the foundation had issues. You're right, this is a very old building, but the problem is that we're taking on a project that Commerce City isn't qualified to take on. And I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned about the additional funds and how much those funds will be, because we don't have a price tag on this.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. I also feel the same way, that the mayor and city council was not provided with enough information to make a decision to support the purchase of this property. I also think it's important to preserve history, but I also took the time to come in and look at the appraisal and the inspection, and we don't even know what the cost is to maintain that property and to get it renovated. And I also don't think it's fair to the residents living in the surrounding area locations to have a voice also, to see how they feel with the purchase of this property as well, especially with the church going down a few blocks from the properties as well. So I don't think it's fair. You know, I don't support the purchase of this property at all. Thank you.
I think, number one, I'm disappointed in the fact that our historical preservation ordinance still is not ready for consumption. I can remember sitting in room 2108 back in 2018, hearing about that ordinance, and here we sit 4 years later and it still isn't finalized, and that's disappointing. I think that historical preservation is very important. However, the amount of money that is being asked for a property that I don't believe warrants that asking price causes great concerns for me. And then I stop and I question, if we're going to make an investment in the southern part of our city, is this investment going to impact the residents of our community for the good? And I struggle to understand how it is that purchasing this property is truly going to benefit the majority of residents in our community. At the same time, we put extra pressure on the surrounding neighbors that are going to live next to that facility and whatever the use of the facility is. And the reality is, just like it's been said by my peers up here, we are not in the business of purchasing property and renovating property and making it into something that it can be. That's just not what our expertise is. And I have grave concerns over previous projects that the city has tried to undertake in this manner that have languished for year after year after year. And I don't want to be in a position where we approve the purchase of this property and it sits there for 3, 4, 5 years, continues to deteriorate, or just costs more money and doesn't provide the benefit to the residents that we thought it would whenever we decided to purchase it. And for those reasons, I'm in favor of us not moving forward with the purchase of the property. I think there are other ways that we can invest in the southern part of our community and truly make a difference in our residents. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay.
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 I didn't hear anything out of our remote participant.
I was an aye.
You're an aye. All right, motion will carry 5-3. All right, we're going to move on to proclamations. This is Parks and Recreation Month. Will the clerk please read the proclamation?
Whereas parks and recreation programs are an integral part of communities throughout this country, including Commerce City, and whereas our parks and recreation are vitally important to establishing and maintaining the quality of life in our communities, ensuring the health of all citizens, and contributing to the economic and environmental well-being of a community, and Whereas Parks and Recreation programs build healthy, active communities that aid in the prevention of chronic disease, provide therapeutic recreation services for individuals with disabilities, and also improve the mental and emotional health of all citizens. And whereas Parks and Recreation areas are fundamental to the environmental well-being of our community, and whereas our parks and natural recreation areas ensure the ecological beauty of our community and provide a place for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors, and whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month, and whereas the City of Commerce City recognizes the benefits derived from parks and recreation resources. Now therefore be it resolved that I, Mayor Huseman, on behalf of the City Council, hereby proclaim that July is recognized as Parks and Recreation Month in the City of Commerce City, and encourage all citizens to share in the individual benefits that comes from parks and recreation.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. This time, I'm looking for a motion and a second to approve the proclamation. Mayor Pro Tem,
So moved.
Councilmember Madera.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the proclamation declaring July as Parks and Recreation Month in Commerce City. Is there any discussion? Before we vote on it, I'd just like to thank all the Parks and Recreation employees that we have in the city that provide recreational opportunities for our residents. We have two beautiful recreation centers, have Paradise Island, have all the parks and all the work that goes into that and providing those recreation opportunities. Thank you, Director Keith, and all of your staff for all the work that you do on a daily basis in order to provide those opportunities. All those in favor of declaring July as Parks and Recreation Month in the City of Commerce City signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. All right, we're going to move on to presentations. First up is the Imagination Library update. I'd like to invite Roger Gudenkoff? All right, Gudenkoff to provide the Imagination Library update.
So is the PowerPoint going to be loaded? Have you all seen the PowerPoint that's been sent out?
It was in the packet.
Huh?
It was in the packet.
Okay, so everybody's seen it, and what have you? Well, I guess just some, I should have had it in front of me, sorry. As you know, we started there we go. We'll go through it real quick then. Who's doing it? So, well, let's go to the next one. And thank you, Commerce City, for supporting us last year and the commitment to the future. So let's, next slide. Okay, our goal at Westminster, I'm with Westminster Rotary Club, and our goal at the Westminster Rotary Club is that all kids in Adams County be reading when they reach kindergarten level. And it's a massive effort, but we're moving at a heck of a pace. So let's go to the next one. You know, and thank you for 2021, the $6,000. We've provided 487 books to the kids in Commerce City, and with 170 of them graduating. So that's right at about 600 of the kids here in Commerce City that received books in the last 12 months. Next. So Dolly Parton Imagination Library, and let's just go to the next slide, and that explains all of it. If it'll play. So Dolly Parton, I don't know if you knew, but during COVID, she sends out 1 million books a month now. But during COVID, she got every Friday night, anybody that was receiving a book got an email from her, and they could get online and listen to her read a book to them through that time. I don't think that video is going to play. Okay, let's go to the next one. That just tells a little bit about the video, and you all read it, heard it. So 2012, the Boulder Rotary come down and talked to our Rotary Club about the Imagination Library. We decided that was we wanted that, and I live at 84th and Pecos, so the majority of the kids south of, in Adams 50, in that area were not reading at kindergarten level, and we thought, boy, this would be a good way to start and to help the school system. So we got $3,000, we put in $3,000 in 2012, we sent out, we had 250 kids signed up. Let's go to the next one. Last year, 2022, we sent 85,000 books out. And at the end of this year, we hope to be sending out 10,000 books a month. So let's go to the next one. So these are the companies that, or the organizations that we work with, and you'll see that we're reaching a lot of kids that do not have books in their house. We're trying to reach the kids that do not have the books. So Child Find in Adams 12, ECPAC, Foster Care, Adams County, CASA, Commerce. 4 years ago, we reached out to the Commerce City Preschool. I think that was when the first time the state took over the school district, and we thought, well, let's help them. So every preschool kid in Adams 14 got a book that year. Westminster Library. Growing Homeless takes care of the homeless in South Adams County. We actually deliver 20 books to Jamie there, and she deliver them to 20 homeless families that don't have a house. Hope House is a organization over in Arvada that takes in unwed teenage moms, and then Adams County Social Services. Them are the ones we work with. Go to the next one. We know that keep just going through these. If you read these, you get the same information as us, but the majority of the kids that don't have books, they're not reading when they get to kindergarten. And that we know that the access to books is really important. 61% of the low-income families have no books in their house for their children. Go to the next one. Children with low-income families lack essential one-on-one reading time. Everybody's so busy and don't have that time, and if they don't have the books also. Go to the next one. When we know the most successful way to improve reading is achieve low-income children is to increase access to print. So that's why we want the books in their house. These books actually come to the kids addressed to not to the parent, but it's every child's name is on the book. And if there's a quadruple, we have one quadruplet family, every one of them get a book, not just one for that family. Twins, same way. Next. And again, we only behavior measure that correlates significantly with reading scores is the number of books in their homes. Next. This is a survey we felt important when you'll find out how we moved ahead, but when we come to you and we come to the cities, we come to the school districts, we want stats on our kids. These are surveys, monkey surveys that we put together, our Rotary Club put together. 60% of the children signing up for a book from families from New and Imagination Library, 50% have less than 20 books in their house. 50% read to their kids before enrolling, 85% afterwards. 40% read to other children asked to be read to, 70% after they receive their books. 30% read alone less than 3 times a week. 77% read alone more often after enrolling. And this is really neat. 60% of the older siblings are reading more after enrolling in Imagination Library. And these are our kids, the kids that in Commerce City that would have been taking this survey. Next. I doubt that, so in 23 states, Tennessee, when Dolly Parton started this program, she went to the state of Tennessee, and Tennessee said they'd match all the funds for everybody in Tennessee that was doing the program. Then Ohio and Delaware did it. Last year, in 2020, Jeff Bridges and Jack Tate went to Nashville in a meeting. Dolly was there, did her presentation. They come back and initiated a bill. Me and Gary went down and talked in front of the State Education Committee. And then July 10th of 2020, Governor Polis signed a bill that they would match our funds. Well, that let us move it a big time. And that's when Westminster Rotary said, let's make this county-wide instead of just Westminster, Adams 50 area. By doing that, right now, 33% of the books going out to the state of Colorado are going out in Adams County because we're way ahead. Everybody else is waiting until they got the money approved to do this, but we jumped way ahead. Next. Again, this is a video, so it probably won't play, but let's see. Probably not. You seen the video. So let's go to the next one. And that was basically what the video of Governor Polis signing the bill, and then they had to come up with the funds, and that was a big process to come up with the funds and how they was going to do that. But they're committed through 2026 now, and probably at 2026 they hope to have the total program totally funded. And there's way plenty of money to do this year. So this kind of gives you an idea of what we broke down for everybody to jump in and do this. And all the school districts have jumped in. Westminster, Westminster, Commerce City, Federal Heights, North Glen have all been in, and we're working with Thornton and Adams County right now. So next. And this could, as you've seen that, well, you've seen that too. So there are approximately 4,752 children under 5 in Commerce City. In Nashville, in Tennessee, the program where they've had this program, they've reached about 65% of their kids. That's how many will sign up for the program. There's 35% won't. We're hoping that we get 70%. So there's 26 children that we could reach in Commerce City alone. And we have no limit as to who, like Commerce City gets 400 kids and North Glen gets this many. It's whoever, we're gonna reach the first 10,000 kids to sign up. That's when we stop approving the kids. When we first started this program, we had to put in all the information. One went to Commerce City School District. They had to put in all the information of the kids and what have you. Now, the kids just go online, sign up, and we approve them at the end of each week. We go in and we're approving about 60 or 70 a day now. Next. So this is a card that can be handed out wherever. You can put Commerce City on it. Anybody, you could go out in your water bills or whatever, or it'd be better to probably spend a little bit more time with it to get kids to sign up from 0 to 5, but whatever you want to do in Commerce City to get kids to sign up, you can. Me and my wife, we go to Walmart and we just stop kids and hand them. I got a whole box of cards here that'll be given to you. Let's go to the next. And can we count on you again? So, questions?
Thanks, sir. Appreciate your presentation, you being with us this evening, and for everything you're doing to improve literacy in our community. Does anybody on council have any questions for our presenter? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to tell you thank you as well for what you're doing for, Commerce City, and heard nothing but great things about it, so thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions? Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you. Are you able to service families that don't have access to computers and online?
This has nothing to do with computers.
Oh, well, I thought they had to register or,
They gotta go, if they have an address, they can get a book.
I'm sorry, what address?
If they have an address where they're living,
All
they can
right.
get a book.
Very good, thank you. And I appreciate you doing this and putting so much effort into it,
Now,
so thank you for coming and presenting.
They cannot sign up if they don't have a computer or know somebody with a computer. But all you do to sign up, a child will sign up and they'll put in the zip code they live in, and it says, yes, it's available. They put in their information, we approve it. Their first book would, if they did it now before July 1st, their first book would be there August 1. And the
Yeah, I
book-
guess that was my question, so if they didn't have access, how would they sign up? So I guess they
Yeah.
just have to find somebody who could help them do that.
Right.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Seeing none, thank you again for your time
Thank
this
you
evening.
again for your support, and I'll just leave these here for
Sounds good.
whoever
Thank
wants
you.
them. Thank you.
Next up, I'm going to invite Jenny Penancello, Community Relations Liaison, to introduce the presentation and QCF members for our Quality Community Foundation Annual Update.
Honorable Mayor and Council, my name is Jenny Penancello, and I'm the new Community Relations Liaison that works with various boards and commissions. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I'm really excited to be here today for our Quality Community Foundation annual update. I'm pleased to present our QCF Board President, Laura Hillowell, to continue the update.
What she forgot to mention is that she's a rock star and possibly the best hire the city has ever made. So she has come in swinging to help us out. As you know, we've had staff turnover, and between her and Jordan, they have totally kept us afloat. So if you see them, extra pats on the back. I think they're great. As she told you, I am now the current president of the Quality Community Foundation. For those that don't know, we were established in 2006. We've tried to embody the city's quality community for a lifetime by building that community. We do our fundraising. We serve as the stewards for your budget of the for the nonprofits and give those out. And trying to engage individuals in our community to get together and support each other. As you guys know, we had our first, our inaugural, I guess, Kurt Holland Memorial Golf Tournament last year, and it was phenomenal. So we are so excited to be here to give you that update. We ended up having this beautiful partnership with the police department, and I would say also with Parks, Rec, and Golf, because Paul was a huge part of making this happen for us. And we took those proceeds and we split them in half, and half of that went to what we are calling the Kurt Holland Community Scholarship, and the other half went to the Kurt Holland Police Scholarship. So the police department has their own committee that reviews that. QCF members did sit in on the meeting as well and help guide them through their new scholarship program. We also do the recreation scholarships. That is something that, because of 2020, I think they got some additional funds from the government, so they have just used up those. So this year, we would love to be doing more with that, and there are definitely plans for that. We're just on alert for the golf tournament at the moment. And then, you know, we award our grants to the local nonprofits that serve Commerce City residents, and we are very specific with them about how do they serve Commerce City. So first I'm going to tell you about our scholarship criterias, and then as you've noticed, there's quite a few more bodies in the room tonight, maybe than usual, I don't know, but that is our scholars and their families here. We were able to have 5 of them join us. So each recipient for the Kurt Holland Scholarship receives $4,000 over a 4-year period. The thing that I love most about the criteria is that it is not completely GPA based. As you guys know, our students have been through a lot in the last few years, and grades may have slipped or fumbled as students have had to find time to work and study and take care of their mental health. So we love having that availability for the students. They do need to be attending here in Colorado, so we are very excited for you guys to meet our scholar recipients and see where they're headed next. For the police scholarship criteria, they do not have to be attending here in Colorado because they have a smaller pool of applicants between the police department employees. It's their children that qualify. Beginning next year, they have decided, along with Amanda Holland, she has been an integral part of all of this, they have decided that they will be opening that up for officers looking to finish their degrees so that they would be eligible to promote. This part we're so excited about. As you can see, historically, we've given 1, 2, 3. City Council always has 1 marked for our students. So thank you for that, obviously, with QCF. But this year, we were able to give a total of 14 scholarships for a total of $68,000. So now I'm going to call up our scholars, and one of them that is here tonight is specifically what we have named her the City Council's scholarship recipient. So we would love if maybe Mayor Huesman could come down and help present that one. But I'll start with our other recipients. Itzel Nava, Ethan Luthauser. Derek Lee. Luis Angel Armenta. Thank you. And
How about council? You want to join us down there?
anybody can come and join. She's your specific scholarship recipient. Angela Macias. He's like, stop making me do this.
Okay, let's go 2 more, 3, 2, and 1 more. Okay, I think we got her.
Thank you, students. I'm not going to make them come be up here in the hot seat and introduce themselves to you, but yeah, they truly represent the best of Commerce City. They are really going to some really bright places, so we're so excited for them and for them to represent our city. So our recreation scholarship, like I said, we haven't done as much with this in the past year or so that I've been on the board, but we're looking forward to doing more of that. If you don't know about it, these can be used for all ages. They receive up to half off of their classes so that they can use all of our many, many amazing rec programs. They have to reside here in Commerce City. Yeah. Our nonprofit program is also been really rewarding to be a part of that. The grants must benefit Commerce City residents, so we did make them give us statistics and numbers, especially if they were returning. We did give them that feedback because we want to make sure that this money is going where our community needs it. The maximum award amount is $7,500. You have to be a 501c3, and they do have to report to us how they use that money. So we did do also our operating grants. This was something I believe we did for the first time last year. We continued it again this year. The maximum grant award is $5,000. They have to have been a prior recipient of one of our other grants, just so we can make sure we're doing our due diligence, that they are benefiting our community and following the guidelines. It doesn't have to be a specific one program. So this is more the operating, which we found very beneficial for companies, or not companies, nonprofits last year to use. They could then pay salaries or rent or things like that. So that's why this one is different, and we decided to continue using this. These are the list of all of our incredible nonprofits. There are so many. And I would invite any of you or anybody listening tonight, if you have not looked up these nonprofits, you should, because they are doing incredible things here in the community. I can't say enough good things about them. All of them made a great case for getting grant money, and it was very difficult to make decisions. This year, we were able to give everybody something. So we were very pleased with that. Again, just our numbers for your viewing. We had a small drop in requests. requests for funding, but this year we are pushing more community awareness of it and getting that out there. We are talking about doing more workshops so that people can put their best foot forward in writing the grants. Many of these nonprofits don't have grant writing experience. So we're looking forward to helping the community in that way as well. Our financials from the last year, not gonna go every line item, but we have our amazing member, Teresa. She has audited for us and she's done an incredible job getting us all organized, well, keeping us organized, I guess I should say. And now is our plug for the next Kurt Holland Memorial Golf Tournament. It will be August 26th at Buffalo Golf Course. We're very excited. Again, we are partnered with the Commerce City Police Department. We have had the FOP Lodge 19 come out swinging and asked for a special new sponsorship to be our presenting scholar this year, or sponsor this year. And they have been incredible as well. And we have already actually sold out our golf spots. We have spots for council, so don't worry. But that's been going really well, so we're really excited about that. We raised over $60,000 for our scholarship program last year, and we look forward to doing that again. Currently, we do have 5 vacancies, which we would love to fill, and we have been actively calling our friends and neighbors, like, hey, join QCF. It has been a beautiful way to be part of the community. I moved up here to Commerce City just over a year ago, maybe about a year and a half. Just wanted to get involved in a small way in my community, and I reached out to see what board things were going on, and this one was available, and I jumped in, and it's turned into a big way to be part of my community, and it's become a big part of my time here, and it's been amazing. Yeah, so we presented our 3-year strategic plan in the past, contact donor database, fund development, diversification. I would say we have done that and above with the Kurt Holland Memorial, with having this new partnership with the police department, has opened many venues, or avenues, I should say, for them to get involved and bring in donations and sponsors, connect us with people that we weren't connected with before, as well as with Parks, Recs, and golf. So obviously, we want to work on our vacancies, continue building partnerships and awareness as we move forward with the Parks and Recreation Scholarship Program. We'll obviously be working more closely with them and others in the community. Just trying to find new creative avenues to raise funds with less members, because it is, I always say this for a lot of things in my life, but it is a lot, but it is not too much. So we are at a lot, but it's not too much. And yeah, our board members are dedicated, and so we're excited to add more, to continue building our relationships and meeting people and serving people here in Commerce City. So, do you guys have any questions?
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you being here and for all the work you're doing and for being part of our boards and commissions. Congratulations on the promotion to being the president of the organization. Congratulations to all the recipients of the scholarships this evening. I hope that you're able to use that to go on and prosper and create a wonderful life for yourself and your family moving forward. Councilmember Grimes?
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation. I was just curious, and I should know this, but I don't off the top of my head, what are the criteria to be a board member for QCF?
You live or work in Commerce City and you want to help, I think is pretty much the criteria.
Do you have people from any of the organizations who are receiving funds on QCF, or have any of them expressed interest?
I don't believe so. No, not from the nonprofits that we serve. They're pretty busy doing their own nonprofits.
Fair enough. Just
they're
curious.
busy, yeah.
Thank you.
Councilmember Noble?
Thanks so much for the presentation, and congratulations to all of the recipients. What are the sponsorship levels for the golf tournament? Do you have those with you tonight?
I don't have them on the board, but we have presenting scholarship is FOP. They're coming in at 10,000. And then below that, we have platinum. We have limited spaces for each sponsorship. So platinum, I believe we have 3 openings, and that is $6,000. There are various things included with the sponsorships, like your logo on the shirt, your logo, you know, where it's placed in our signs for the tournament and our marketing and advertising. Next is gold, and we have had our first, well, really 2 gold sponsors come in, and that's been really exciting. And they are returning sponsors from last year, so we're excited to see that. And let's see, Jenny can list the other ones.
Yes, I'm happy to help. We also have contest hole sponsorship opportunities, which are still available at $2,000 apiece, a swag bag sponsor at $1,000 apiece, and a hole sponsor at $500 apiece. So we have many opportunities for anyone that wants to get involved.
Yes. We also have the silent auction that we did last year, and Mayor Hoosman was famous on our silent auction because he did donate a portrait of his Commerce City bison. And that was incredible. So we had a lot of fun doing that. I ended up kind of spearheading the silent auction, and it was really great. Adams 14 Foundation donated the use of that for us to use that platform for free. And that's been incredible. So we have many local businesses, because it has been such a wild ride over the last few years for our local small businesses. A really great way for them to get involved is to donate to the silent auction. So yeah, if you guys have or know anybody that wants to donate or sponsor, you are welcome to send on the information.
And what does the city typically sponsor at?
I would have to look up exactly what they did last year. I know that they have historically sponsored all the QCF golf tournaments and I think they've been at all the golf tournaments. For a while, we took a break from the golf tournament because we were not having the numbers that we wanted, and we didn't feel like that was prudent for the board to continue doing something that wasn't actually, serving the community very well. But this last one was phenomenal. We sold out our golf spots. We sold out our sponsorship availability. We raised over $7,000 just from the silent auction alone. So that was really amazing to see the community just like come together so quickly. Pretty much every business that I spoke with, and I mean, I was cold calling businesses that I'd never been to yet because I was new, and everybody wanted to do something. So it was really phenomenal.
Well, be sure and ask us because we're the ones who approve sponsorship levels.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I believe that there is conversations with Parks and Rec and the police department and the city manager's office about that right now. So we know you guys will be and have been historically very supportive, so we're excited.
Thank you.
Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you so much for bringing the presentation tonight, and I would, first of all, like to congratulate you for taking on this leadership role and serving our community well, and I'd like you to pass that on to the other members of the foundation, that we really appreciate your service. I'd also like to agree with you that Jenny is a rock star. Mm-hmm. She's awesome. Did such a great job on the Memorial Day Parade. And then I'd like to congratulate all of the recipients, but I'd also like to give a shout out to Angel. And I want everybody to know that he was the Youth of the Year Award recipient for the Boys and Girls Clubs throughout the metro area. So that's Commerce City for you. We're doing great things here. And so thank you so much, and thank you recipients for coming in tonight and joining us for the council meeting.
Thank you.
All right, are there any other questions for this presenter? Seeing none, thank you again for your time and your commitment to our city.
Thank you so much.
All right, we are going to move on to our consent agenda. The consent agenda includes items that are routine, procedural, informational, self-explanatory, and non-controversial. They're presented to council for a single motion and vote. Any member of council may ask to remove a specific item for further discussion and a separate vote. Tonight, there are 8 items listed under the consent agenda. Does anybody on council wish to remove an item off the consent agenda? Councilmember Noble.
Yes, I have 2, Ordinance 2398 and Resolution 2022-64.
Can you say that one more time, please?
Ordinance 2398 and Resolution 2022-64.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, thank you. I'd also like to remove ordinance 2398.
Okay, thank you. Are there any others? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as modified. Mayor Pro Tem?
So moved.
Councilmember Grimes?
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as amended. Will the city clerk please read the titles and take a roll call vote?
Minutes of the May 16th, 2022 regular meeting, minutes of the June 6th, 2022 regular meeting. Ordinance 2401, second and final reading of an ordinance amending the 2022 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by transferring $13,677,240 from the unencumbered fund balance in the general fund to the Capital Improvement and Preservation Plan Fund, CIPP, for costs associated with the Buffalo Run Golf Course Clubhouse and Maintenance Facility Expansion Project to include new pavilion with rooftop patio and the authorization of the expenditures thereof. Resolution 2022-24, resolution acknowledging and accepting a grant for an outdoor fitness court as part of the 2022 National Fitness Campaign. Resolution 2022-64, resolution awarding 2022 mill and overlay contract to RME Ltd. LLC DBA Elite Service Infrastructure. Resolution 2022-66, a resolution amending Council Policy CP2, Council Norms and Standards, Section F, Council Options for Keeping Council Informed. Resolution 2022-69, a resolution granting an easement to the South Adams County Water and Sanitation District for sanitary sewer and water pipelines on city property southwest of Tower Road and 120th Avenue. Councilmember Madera. And then, Councilmember Hurst, your vote?
Yes. Don't you hear me? Yes.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Motion carries unanimously 8-0 with one excused absence. We'll move on to the pulled agenda items. We will start with ordinance 2398. Mayor Pro Tem, I will start with you since you requested to have that pulled.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. On Saturday, June 18th, I attended the Adams County Pride event at the Adams County Fairgrounds. There were 2 board members present from the Commerce City Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Commission representing Commerce City. The city provided the commission with a shade shelter booth, a banner with the City of Commerce City Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion reading on it. They also had paper flyers. I was glad to see the city provided the commission with this. Next to us was the City of North Glen's DEI Commission. Other cities also had swag items to hand out. The City of North Glen had cups, pins, bags, balls, etc., etc. Since this commission was started 2 years ago, I have requested a budget for the DEI Commission since day one. We just received shirts 3 weeks ago for the Memorial Day Parade. The 2 board members present at the event representing Commerce City informed me that they were embarrassed to not have anything to hand out but a flyer and it was the same flyer that they passed out on the Memorial Day Parade. The previous chair and secretary stepped down from their positions because they felt like they were getting a lack of support from staff. I would like the item to be amended to increase the amount for $10,000 that be allotted to the DEI Commission.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Was that a motion?
Yes, Mayor, thank you.
Have a motion to increase ordinance 2398 by $10,000 to be allocated to the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee. Is there a second? Councilmember Noble?
Yes, I'll second that.
Have a motion and a second to increase amend ordinance 2398 by increasing it by $10,000 to be dedicated to the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Noble?
I'm sorry, Mayor, I was on to my next thing, I forgot. Sorry.
Councilmember Madera?
Yeah, I just have a couple questions. So is the $10,000 budget simply for swag to hand out, or has the commission, put together a budget? Because I know there's several other commissions that have been, working towards getting a budget as well. And, the Veterans Commission, for example, they do a lot with very little, and have also been asking for budget. So, I know that's in the works. So I guess first question is, what's the budget for? Has that been outlined, and is that total the $10,000? And my second question would be to staff, where are we in assigning budgets to our various commissions?
We've been we, the staff, have been encouraging boards and commissions to basically outline what their work is going to be and what kind of a budget they need for that, so that we can incorporate that into the budgeting process. Meanwhile, I instructed staff that whatever support the boards and commissions need, we'll figure out a way to fund what they need. So the opportunity has been there, and will continue to be there.
I would like to add also, I'm sitting on the DEI Commission. Ever since I started serving on that commission, we've requested, like I said, some type of budget. We also requested a budget, and it's not just to purchase swag, it's to do a lot of other things, such as the senior commission has a lunch get-together, stuff to get us out in the community and let everyone know who we are. I also requested, the commissioners for DEI had also requested that we have swag items for the Memorial Day Parade and the Pride event. And we were told, that let the city know what we wanted. We did that, and all we got was a paper flyer to hand out. So that's why I'm requesting this tonight, that we know the money is there, and we know we can start purchasing things to represent the DEI Commission in Commerce City.
Did you have a follow-up, Councilmember Madera?
No, I'm still kind of not clear on what the actual budget is for. Being in the financial world, kind of seems like we're getting the cart before the horse here, where, I would like to see, okay, what's the budget for? What are the events that $10,000 is going towards? What, how much do they need for swag? And just kind of, map that out first. And that way, just having a process for all the commissions, because, my follow-up to this is going to be an amendment to include the Veterans Commission and the other commissions that I serve on that don't have budgets as well, because I think that they all deserve budgets to do the work that needs to be done. And so I just want to make sure that it's the same process for all the commissions. Do we want to set budgets and then, or do we just allocate, funds to all the commissions?
Mayor, I'd also like to add, we're not talking about other commissions right now, and I also brought this up because today is Juneteenth as well, and we had brought this up, we feel lack of support from the staff. This commission has been going on for 2 years with no budget, and all we can show to represent ourselves is a shirt and a piece of paper. So, what I would like to recommend then is amend it to add $10K for all boards and commissions in.
Ms. Blakeman?
Thank you, Mayor. I can tell you that for the 2023 budget, we have looked at pulling the majority of the boards and commissions into one group that then Annette could take a look at and manage, and then that way she can hear from each of the boards and commissions that which they're looking at. I don't recall what the dollar amount is for the 2023 budget. It doesn't resolve it for this particular reappropriation, but it is something that is already going to be coming to you for 2023.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that context. Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Alan Thomas has amended her motion to increase the budget for all boards and commissions by $10,000 attached to ordinance 2398. Councilmember Noble, do you agree to that second still?
Yes, I'll agree to that.
Did I step out of line, Mr. Hayter? Good, okay, thanks. All right, so now the new motion is to increase the amount of all of our boards and commissions by $10,000 attached to ordinance 2398. Yes, sir.
I just want to clarify, when we say all boards and commissions, we're not talking about planning commission and zoning board of adjustment, since they would not need marketing materials, so to speak.
Correct.
Thank you.
I think, correct? Or the boards and commissions subcommittee or any of those others. All right. Is there any other discussion? Councilmember Douglas?
Yes, would that include the Cultural Council and the Youth Commission? The Cultural Council is its own 501c3, so I was curious about that one.
Don't believe we are talking about the Cultural Council or the Quality Community Foundation, since they have their own.
Oh, no, actually, it was the Youth Commission, and I would assume that the Youth Commission would be included, but I was mostly focusing on the Cultural Council, just because it's 501c3, so I want to make sure that was not included.
Correct.
I guess.
And just to clarify also, Derby Review Board should also not be on that list.
Okay. Is there any other discussion? All right, have a motion and a second to increase ordinance 2398 by the amount required to give $10,000 to each of the boards and commissions that were not excluded individually. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. The motion will carry unanimously. Okay. Councilmember Noble, you also wanted to pull ordinance 2398?
Yes, I did. I was going through the appropriations on 2398. I noticed that there is an appropriation for a second deputy city clerk, and the argument was for a second deputy city clerk because we would be going to 4 council meetings a month. The city council chose not to do 4 council meetings a month, but to stick with 2 council meetings and 2 study sessions. So the justification for the second deputy city clerk is no longer valid. We do have fiduciary responsibility, and in particular, over the budget.
Mr. Tinklenberg.
I would offer that that was one of several reasons. I'd ask Ms. Blakeman to weigh in, or city clerk.
It is the only reason on the form.
Certainly. So my office is very lean. There's 2 people dedicated to these council meetings. Jordan and I basically do not have a single Monday off. Taking vacation gets very troublesome in scheduling that, with every meeting requiring us to be here. Jordan has also been slammed. These agendas have taken us, as you've noticed and you've brought up at previous meetings, they are large. They are going out on Thursdays and Fridays, and that means Jordan is spending Monday through Thursday, Monday through Friday, doing Legistar, council agenda publication and review. And we aren't able to dedicate enough time for him to focus on boards and commissions, which I know council is interested in growing, as we just talked about with the increase in the $10,000 for the funds for each of those, as well as our records management program and records keeping within the city. So the goal of this extra, it's not a deputy, it's an assistant city clerk, is to bring in an assistant city clerk that can help us focus our agenda management program and let Jordan really take the boards and commissions program and the records management program off the ground and bring it up to a level that is needed for our ever-increasing, growing city, and really focus him on getting out in the community, doing recruitment, assisting these boards and commissions with their activities and programs, getting the program processes reviewed and made more efficient, as well as providing a more comprehensive records management program in the city, since it's very siloed currently. So the assistant city clerk is to help us focus on the agenda management program for Jordan Up, and then focus on some special projects whenever they're not reviewing and publishing agendas on Thursdays and Fridays. So I hope that answers your question.
I appreciate your answer. However, it wasn't on the form. Only on the form was the 4 council meetings. So if all of the other justifications would have been there, I wouldn't have raised this. But it was only the 4 city council meetings. And I would say that I personally have been thinking that boards and commissions make far more sense under community relations, because that is where all of our relationships are built, are within the Community Relations Department in terms of communication, letting people know about things and so forth. I certainly understand why you want to do this, City Clerk Gibson. At the same time, as I note, it wasn't on the form. We also have Urban Renewal Authority Director for $200,000 a year. That's a new position. A Center for Excellence Innovation Director. This is a new position, $222,000 a year. I'm looking at Commerce City Clean, which is the C3 program, with a budget of $150,000 to $175,000. And what troubles me on this one is that the goals are listed as residents only, and that is still an incorrect understanding of the program that the city council brought forward, in particular the mayor. It wasn't about residents keeping the city clean. It was about the city taking a leadership role and setting the example for the rest of the city in terms of, beautifying Commerce City. So we're actually giving $150,000 to $175,000 a year for a program that isn't the one we approved. Can you please tell me what we can do about this particular allocation? How we can rectify this?
I will have to admit, ma'am, I'm somewhat lost on your question. The proposal and the program that was brought before you and you all commented on and given direction is what is moving forward based off of council's discussion earlier this year. What was discussed at that meeting and was questioned by council with staff was the lack of funding based on the continued maturation and development and continued delivery of that program out into the general public, and also as well as the city continues to step, for lack of better words, its game up in addressing our part in the proposal and working with the commercial development community and working with the residents. What you find there is a brief summation on the form, not all of the necessary aspects of what that program will be bringing forward.
I'm reading the form again, and this is what is stated. And with all due respect, Deputy City Manager, I'm sorry. I recall very vividly that study session, and the council made it very clear that the direction that had been selected wasn't the direction that the city council had originally given. Mr. Mayor, would you have any comment on that?
I have a lot of comments. I don't think that it's going to serve me to make those comments at this time. I don't believe that what is in the request flows with what was discussed during the study session, does not flow with what was the motion that was made at the time that this program was introduced to the city staff. I believe on 2 separate occasions you brought forth a presentation before the city council, and on both occasions we have pushed back and say this is not what we asked for. And largely those comments have been ignored, and you've continued to implement a program that defies what was requested. That's frustrating, but we need to fund it, so I'll approve the ordinance in order to fund that. But it is extremely frustrating that we continue to have the same conversation over and over, and those conversations fall on deaf ears. Councilmember Madera?
I do have a final point that I wanted to make, but please, Mr. Madera. Go ahead.
So I had a question for Mr. Gibson. If we hire this position, we haven't been issuing passports out of your office, have we?
Not currently. I've put the request in the State Department to, they've got to conduct an audit before they recertify us. So those are booked about 60 days out. So once we get that audit completed, we will be offering that new service, or that passport service again, with appointments using the queue list system. So currently, no, but in the very near future, yes.
Okay, and this position will help you guys do that. Seems like,
Certainly, yeah. Every position in my office is a certified passport acceptance agent, and this position would be that as well. Also, ideally, a public notary, and then they would be required to be a certified municipal clerk within 4 years. So there are certain certifications and requirements required of this position to serve both the community and council and staff internally.
I'm supportive of the position. I know you guys are stretched thin, and we don't do a good job of helping you guys with that by adding more stuff to your plate just about every meeting. So I appreciate that, and I hope, this can help your office, get its footing back.
I appreciate that, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. And then my other point was to the My C3, keep it clean, whatever we want to call it these days. It's just something that's needed, and it's not something that the city can do by itself, right? A lot of this comes with all of us, and to say that put it all in the city, if we do that, nothing's going to get done. We need everyone's buy-in, and they need a budget to go out there and help people really take this to heart, to improve our city. Each of us to do our part to get their promotions out there, and to really be the leader and lead by example as a city to keep our things clean as well. So I'm fully supportive of that amendment as well. I know it's a lot of forms to fill out, and I think we're kind of getting lost in the weeds to take a look at the forest and get done what needs to get done. So I'm supportive of that for the city, and look forward to see what we do.
If I may, Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
I wanted to say that I think what's important here is that we need to have a correct understanding of the program if we're authorizing funds for it. So currently says residents only. I'm completely on board with having residents involved, of course, but also it needed to be the city taking a responsibility, and that was what the conversation has been over and over and over again when we've had these sessions. And I have asked, as you know, for takeaways from our study sessions to make sure that the staff and the city council are on the same page. Because simply because we talk about it at a study session doesn't mean that someone walks away thinking that they heard what we thought we said. The final item I want to bring up is that on the facilities priorities, I don't see Civic Center parking lot cameras. And has that been authorized previously?
Yes, it has.
Okay, then that solves that. This is a very lengthy, there's many pages in the reauthorization, and we are doing our budget shortly. Next month, we're going to be getting a budget hearing. So we're being asked for all of this money, this big glop of money, when there is a budget coming up in the next month. And anyone who works with budgets or accounting would say to themselves, why are we doing it at the end of the fiscal year instead of at the beginning of the fiscal year? I just wanted to draw everyone's
Can staff
attention
answer that question?
to it.
Why we're doing the reappropriation now versus at the budget for the next fiscal year?
Certainly. So every year we do a reappropriation, and that is to fund projects that were started but not finished in a particular calendar which is also the same as a fiscal year for us. So we need to carry money over. Under the city charter, operating funds that are budgeted lapse as of December 31. And so if a project has been initiated and not completed, we need to then carry money over into the following year to complete that project. So that's the normal process that we use every year. Now, in addition, there are, whether it's initiatives identified by council or items that staff needs to bring to council, we bring those to your attention for funding as well. But that's in the current fiscal year. So what you're seeing here are basically expenditures that we're asking you to authorize in 2022. The upcoming budget process is for 2023. So that's totally separate. That would be, the normal budgeting process that we go through for the following fiscal year. In regards to the MyC3, I want to emphasize to you that what you see there is the first phase. So the first phase is focusing on both the city operations and the residents. I think it's been made clear to us, and we agree, that going out to businesses before we have our own operation in order, we're just asking for flat-out refusals. People are going to say, get your own house in order first. We hear that. We're going to do that. So again, this is the first phase of an ongoing program, and the additional phases will be coming later. So just wanted to clarify all of that.
Thank you very much. As one final reminder, this is one of the few responsibilities that the City Council actually has, and that's the budget. So it is worth our time to take a look at it. And I appreciate the opportunity to bring your attention to some of these items. Does this mean that the URA director and the innovation director notices will be going out, the requests for applications?
Yes, those job descriptions have been prepared in anticipation of possible council approval. So as soon as this is approved, then those recruitments will start.
All right, thank you very much. All right, then my other one is Resolution 2022-64.
Hold on, we need to deal with this ordinance first.
Sorry. I'm not, all right.
Thank you.
Yep.
Couple of comments I'd like to make. Number one, Mr. Gibson, I wish you'd put in for 2 people. And I think that, the amount of workload that is being put through your office in order to put these agendas is immense. And I think that the request that we are making of trying to get these agendas as timely as possible in order to have as much time to review them as possible. I mean, I was looking at one document just for one case was 150 pages long or so. So in order to support that, we have to pony up in order to make that request there. So again, I wish you'd put in for 2 people so that you could get it done that much better. To the comment about it's not right to go out to the business and ask the business to get his house in order before the city gets their house in order, it's not right to ask the residents either. And that's the problem that we continue to bring up is you focus this on the residents. Why are you asking a resident to go clean up their yard whenever our yard doesn't look good? And that's the biggest issue that I have and the biggest reason why whenever this came up, it was a partnership between the city, businesses, and residents to work together to come up with solutions. But we had a presentation almost a year ago to the day, and there were ideas that were thrown out. One idea was a tool shed program where residents could come by and borrow the tools they need in order to pick up their, to clean up their yards and businesses to be able to do that. And to this day, we don't have that program. And that's a year that has gone by since we talked about that. But Adams County implemented theirs. They've got a tool shed program for Adams County residents. So where's the delay been? I mean, we are coming up on 2 years since this was requested. And it's taken 20 months just to get a budget appropriation to fund a program to do that kind of stuff, and that's a failure. So I reject the idea that we can't go out and ask a business to clean up their mess without cleaning ours up, yet it's okay to go out and ask the residents, the backbone of this community, to do that? That's frustrating. Looking for a motion and a second to pass ordinance 2398 as amended. Councilmember Madera,
So moved.
and that is on second and final reading, I believe. I have a motion to pass ordinance 2398 on second and final reading as amended by City Council. Councilmember Grimes?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to do so. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion.
I have a request.
Oh, there's a little button that you can push right there that'll let me know that.
We didn't amend 2398, did we?
We did. We amended 2398 by increasing the amount of the expenditure for $10,000 for all the boards and commissions except for those that were not previously, or that were not excluded.
Okay, I thought we had voted on that. Thank you.
We voted on the amendment. Now we're going to vote on the actual ordinance.
Thank you, Mayor, for keeping me on track.
All right. Mr. Gibson, would you please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2398, second and final reading of an ordinance amending the 2022 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by appropriating portions of the unencumbered fund balance of the general fund and transferring to designated fund portions of the unencumbered fund balance in the general fund and reaffirming certain prior appropriations for a total amount of $1,687,658 and authorizing the expenditures thereof. Your vote is open. And Councilmember Hurst?
I'm a yes.
Motion carries unanimously with one excused absence. We're going to move on to Resolution 2022-64. Councilmember Noble, you requested that to be pulled off the consent agenda. The floor is yours.
Yes, I just had a question about the contract, because it said that the contract would be approved in May and work would begin in June. So how will this affect the contract, and what was the delay?
City Council previously did not approve the contractor, as I recall, and so we went with the second bidder. A different project?
Yeah.
Okay, so what happened here?
That, I'm sorry, was for the concrete flat work, Roger. This is for the pavement management. It took us for longer to get it through the process here, to get it chosen and bid. So we're now looking to have it approved now, and we'll be moving forward, assuming that you approve it here in the next few weeks.
And there are some issues in Ward 4 in terms of cracks. Are those on the list?
We are doing a separate, actually, we have a reappropriation for a separate crack sealing program that will be outside of the pavement management. We did some last fall, and we intend to do hopefully some this fall. We're also looking to make that a standard ongoing program that we can take care of the cracks. It's a little different than the mill and overlay. For lack of a better term, the pavement's okay between the cracks. So we don't want to do a full mill and overlay. We'd rather just do a crack repair.
Okay, so you'll be bringing us another one then,
Yes.
another reapportionment. Thank you so much.
Certainly.
That's all, Mayor.
Looking for a motion and a second to approve Resolution 2022-64. Councilmember Noble,
So moved.
Councilmember Madera.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve Resolution 2022-64. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, Mr. Gibson, would you please read the title?
Resolution 2022-64, resolution awarding 2022 mill and overlay contract to RME Ltd. LLC DBA Elite Surface Infrastructure.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. I think this is a good time for us to take a 5-minute recess. Believe everybody is back, so we'll get started again. Going to move on to our administrative appeal. This is an appeal by Clayton Properties Group, LLC, doing business as Oakwood Homes, on the denial by the decision of the Community Development Director. The rules for this appeal are governed by Resolution 2022-61, passed by this City Council on May 16, 2022. The Planning Commission heard this matter on June 7th, 2022. The recording of their proceedings and the recommendation of the Planning Commission appears in the record. This body reviews the application de novo, and it is our role to affirm with conditions, or deny the application based on the relevant approval criteria. Each party shall be afforded 10 minutes to present their case, starting with the city. Before we begin, I have a request that all members of our public hearings this evening be sworn in. So I would like all individuals who are going to testify on either side of this appeal to please stand and be sworn in by the city attorney at this time. That includes you, Mr. Timms.
And is I understand that Mr. Tolbert's on Zoom this evening as well?
Mr. Hayter, I do not see Mr. Tolbert in the Zoom meeting currently.
All right, so do you want to get started, and then we'll have him sworn in once he's on?
That'll work.
Okay, so I think I'm swearing in Mr. Timms and Attorney Berger, is that correct? Does anybody else to be giving any testimony? And Mr. Hayes? Okay, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Let the record reflect that all witnesses responded in the affirmative. Thank you.
All right. This time, I would like to invite the city's representative to present their case, which will be presented by Steve Timms and possibly at a later time, Jim Tolbert via Zoom.
Okay. Good evening, Council and Honorable Mayor. So the case tonight, if we could, there we go. It's case AP for appeal -16-22. A little summary here. So the applicant is appealing the final determination by the Community Development Director denying a lot line and terminology adjustment process. And the applicant is asking for approval of a lot line and terminology adjustment, and that's referenced in section 3244 of the Land Development Code. So a little background here. Oakwood Homes did submit an application for a lot line adjustment and terminology change for a property that was previously platted as part of Reunion Ridge Filing 1. That application was denied and not processed. The denial was communicated by a letter sent on April 19th to the applicants, informing them of the denial and explaining that the land use application submittal could not be processed as a terminology change. Instead, it was suggested that they submit for a final plat and include both the change from a tract to a lot and revision of lot lines in that application. Oakwood Homes appealed the director's decision regarding that terminology adjustment. It did go to Planning Commission on June 7th. Planning Commission at that meeting did vote 4-1 to reverse the city's decision. And now the recommendation from PC is before the City Council de novo. And this next slide just talks a little bit about the lot line and terminology adjustment language that's found in the Land Development Code. This is just taken from section 3244 about what the parameters of that are. In addition, there's also some relevant definitions in Article 11 of the Land Development Code, lot line adjustment, plat, and tract that the city abides by as it relates to those definitions. In terms of the application of approval criteria, so it was determined in Planning Commission that the lot and tract, they're important terms to be aware of. And a tract is not occupied or designed to be occupied by a primary building, but a lot is designed to be occupied by a primary use or building. And a lot is needed for development. A tract can be used for open space or landscaping or drainage without structures for property that's in the kind of the pre-development stage, if you will. And the applicant in this particular case is asking to change tract C, as in Charlie, in the Reunion Ridge Filing 1 from a tract to a lot. Currently, in that particular area, there's 0 lots in one tract, and the applicant is requesting 1 lot and 0 tracks as part of the application. So the final plat process, which is what the director is recommending, is the process by which lots are created and recorded. And that's the only mechanism in which to legally create a new or additional lot within the Land Development Code. And then, of course, the approval criteria for a final plat is found in section 3241. As it relates to this particular case, so the final plat process is the process to create a lot. The approval criteria for a final plat does allow the city to address the suitability for development. It is also the mechanism, the vehicle to consider zoning and legality and maximization of open space, the lot patterns, compliance with city standards, phasing, development agreement, et cetera. And increasing the number of lots through a lot line and terminology adjustment, it does deprive the city of an opportunity to review and assess those important criteria referenced above. As it relates to the lot line and terminology adjustment, it does application of an approval criteria for the lot line and terminology adjustment leads to the conclusion that the application, if reviewable under this section of the code, does not meet the criteria 3A because the change creates a new lot, and the code says that no new lots can be created. Therefore, the application for a lot line and terminology adjustment must be denied, and the applicant must go through a final platting process, and that those approval processes follow suit. And then again, the PC hearing on June 7th, the PC did hear this appeal, and they voted 4-1 to overturn the city's decision. And so with that, that concludes staff presentation. And I believe according to the rules, the applicant's next, or the questions?
That's a good question, huh? It'll be the applicant next. This time, would like to invite the applicant to present their case. Please remember that you are limited to 10 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Huseman and City Council members. My name's Michelle Berger. I'm with the law firm of Spencer Fain, and we're located at 1700 Lincoln Street, Suite 2000, Denver, Colorado, 80203. Tonight, I'm representing Oakwood Homes regarding its appeal of the city's decision denying Oakwood's application for a lot line and terminology adjustment to retitle parcel known as Tract C in PA1 to a lot under LDC 21-3244. Before I start my presentation, I have a procedural issue for the mayor and council to determine. On Friday, June 10th, Oakwood provided a letter to City Council with exhibits as part of its argument in support of tonight's appeal. Mr. Tolbert accepted the letter and exhibits as part of the materials to be provided to City Council and for the record for the appeal. On Monday, June 13th, Mr. Tolbert informed Oakwood via email that, quote, "We will not be loading them in the agenda materials for the City Council since the record has already been established with the previous submittal." Mr. Tolbert indicated in a subsequent email that any communications regarding Oakwood's objection to this decision should be communicated to the interim city attorney, Mr. Hayter. On Wednesday, June 15th, Oakwood sent Mr. Hayter a letter demanding the June 10th letter and exhibits be included in the City Council packet and record and outlining the Colorado case law supporting its position that a failure to do so would result in a denial of Oakwood's due process rights to notice and an opportunity to be heard. Mr. Hayter never responded, and these materials are not in your packet for tonight's hearing on Oakwood's appeal. As an initial matter, the rules adopted by council, which were referenced earlier, were adopted on May 16th, 2022, which Mr. Hayter appears to be relying on to deny the admission of Oakwood's materials, but these rules cannot be applied retroactively to Oakwood's April 29th, 2022 appeal. Even if the rules are applicable, this is a quasi-judicial process for which Oakwood has a constitutional right to notice and an opportunity to present its arguments and evidence in support of its appeal for inclusion in the record. Also, the city attorney has no authority under the city charter and municipal code to determine what information will be included in the record. Only City Council has that authority. Therefore, Oakwood is proffering its June 10th letter and exhibits and its June 15th letter to Mr. Hayter at this time to City Council and demanding inclusion of this information in the record. We have prepared notebooks for the mayor, all City Council members, and the record. If City Council decides to accept this information for inclusion in the record, Oakwood would request City Council schedule a special meeting for July 11th, 2022, and continue this appeal to that date. And I'd like my time stopped at this point so City Council can make a decision. Thank you.
This time I'm looking for a motion and a second to enter into executive session pursuant to Colorado Revised Statute in order to receive legal advice. Councilmember Madera,
So moved.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to enter into executive session pursuant to Colorado Revised Statute. Mr. Hayter, do you want to give me the appropriate number on that?
I believe we still need 6 votes to go into executive session. Double check that real quick, if you can just give me a moment.
Do I need to state the exact CRS for
Oh,
receiving legal advice? Or is that
I
good
can
enough?
give that to you in just 1 second as well. So that'd be 24-6-402, sub 4E1.
I have a motion and a second to enter an executive session for the purpose of receiving legal advice pursuant to Colorado Revised Statute 24-6-402, parentheses 4, parentheses E, sub parentheses 1. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. We're going to retire to executive session. We'll be back in a few moments.
I don't know. Ask the clerk.
Real quick, Councilmember Hurst, I'm going to be sending you a separate invite from the council workroom.
All right, we're back from executive session. I understand that Mr. Tolbert, the Community Development Director, has now joined the meeting, so I'm going to have the city attorney swear him in.
So is he on? Mr. Tolbert, this is Interim City Attorney Matt Hayter. I've been asked to swear in all the witnesses, and although Mr. Timms has already given a presentation tonight, I'm going to take a quick moment just to swear you in. Is that all right? Can you unmute, please? Can you hear me? Can you unmute him? Mr. Tolbert, are you able to unmute your microphone? Mr. Tolbert, I'm going to take a moment to swear you in, all right?
Okay,
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. At this time, the floor belongs to Mayor Huseman.
Thank you. Mr. Gibson, would you please get one of the binders from Ms. Berger and bring it to me?
Yes, Mayor.
All right, and I'm having a heck of a time hearing, so for some reason.
I don't know.
Mayor, do you want all 9 distributed or just yourself? Just one. Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Having briefly perused the contents of the binder referenced by Ms. Berger, the applicant's attorney, I will accept it into the record. Please distribute copies to all the council members.
I can help with that, too. You want it? Let's take him up here.
All right, Ms. Berger, before I let you continue, a word of caution. Should any of your comments reference anything that is within these binders, please keep in mind that the city council has not had an opportunity to review the binders, and therefore us trying to search for that could cause some of your time to be spent on us trying to find said document that you referenced. So please use your time judiciously, keeping in mind you have 7 minutes and 30 seconds left, and the time starts now.
So it's my understanding that you don't intend to continue to July 11th. So therefore, could we please have my, could I stop my timer until my PowerPoint's back up? Thank you.
Sure. Mr. Gibson?
And if you could start at the second slide, please. Oh, and do we have a clicker?
No.
That's the next slide.
Thank you. Okay. A few things to keep in mind tonight. Terminology adjustments are allowed under LDC 21-3244 for previously approved plats. Track C was platted as part of the Reunion Ridge Filing Number 1 plat and designated for future development. And the city zone FAQ specifically state this is the process to be used for retitling Track C to a lot. The city staff report doesn't address Oakwood's legal arguments cited in the letter to the Planning Commission. Specifically, the city cannot amend the LDC through the guise of interpretation. Colorado law is clear that a local government's amendment under the guise of an interpretation should be afforded no legal weight. This is especially true when, as here, a new interpretation is issued without notice and an opportunity to be heard. The city admitted it is interpreting the code in a new way with no notice. Number two, the city's new interpretation fails to meet statutory interpretation principles. It's inconsistent with extrinsic authority, such as the city's own FAQs. It would lead to an inconsistent and absurd result, and it's also inconsistent with how the city advised Oakwood to proceed in an August 24th, 2021 email and the city's November 21st, 2021 application review comments. The city exceeded its jurisdiction by requiring Oakwood to submit a final plat to retitle Tract C as a lot because Oakwood has a vested right to develop in accordance with the Reunion Ridge Filing Number 1 plat and the Reunion PUD. Requiring Oakwood to submit a subdivision plat and comply with the subdivision standards exceeded the city's authority to regulate land uses. And number four, the city violated CRS 2920-203 sub 2 by placing a discretionary condition on Oakwood's application, which was not based upon duly adopted standards that are sufficiently specific to ensure the condition is imposed in a rational and consistent manner. If the city's denial is upheld, Oakwood would be entitled to removal of the condition and damages as permitted under statute in court. Instead, the city argues that the final plat process is the only process available to retitle Tract C as a lot. The city also argues the platting process is necessary to allow the city an opportunity to review and assess PA1 in light of the final plat criteria. However, the city's position is unsupportable. The city is misapplying the code for a lot line adjustment to a terminology adjustment under which there is no need to further subdivide the property or quote unquote create a new lot. Also, the city already had an opportunity to address each of the final plat approval criteria when it approved the filing one plat. And it also has an opportunity to address any other ancillary criteria through the PUD development permit process, which would still be required once the tract is retitled as a lot. On the screen, you'll see a chart showing the final plat approval criteria in the left-hand column. The right-hand column shows the previously approved land use applications under which the city already had the opportunity to review these criteria, specifically the Reunion Ridge Filing Number 1 plat and the Reunion PUD zone document. This chart not only refutes the city's argument, but is exactly why a terminology change can only be used for a parcel that is part of a previously approved plat. This chart also supports why approval criteria the city is leaning on, that the application must not, quote, increase the number of lots or parcels, applies to lot line adjustments, but not terminology changes. By definition, when a tract is retitled to a lot, the total number of lots will always be increased, but not in a way a lot line adjustment would create new lots or parcels. Oakwood application is not a subdivision of property and does not rise to the level of requiring a re-examination of the final plat approval criteria. To hold otherwise would render an absurd result. In this chart, the final plat approval criteria are again shown on the left. The right-hand column shows the PUD development permit application process as it applies to these criteria. This process is yet another opportunity for city to ensure the final plat approval criteria are met. Finally, the city argues that retitling of Tract C as a lot must be accomplished through the final plat process to provide the city an opportunity to seek the, quote, lawful exactions to offset the adverse impacts of the development. As you see in the chart above, or on the screen, only 6 of the allowed exactions under the LDC are applicable, and only 2 are assessed at the final plat stage: schools fees and public park fees. Both of these fees were previously satisfied for Tract C as part of the Reunion Ridge Filing Number 1 plat approval and the Reunion PUD zone document. Specifically for schools, when the original Reunion PUD zone document was approved, calculations for land to be dedicated for schools was made based on the maximum number of residential units allowed in Village 9, which includes the homes planned for PA1. In 2019, when the Reunion PUD amendment was approved by the city, the school acreages were reviewed and remain the same. All of these lands either have been or will be dedicated by Oakwood. For parks, the same calculation and were taken into consideration, and these lands either have been or will be dedicated by Oakwood. Finally, the remaining exactions are for public improvements to be owned and maintained by the city. These fees are typically calculated at the PUD development permit process stage and collected at the time of building permit. In this case, Oakwood has already constructed the necessary city-owned and maintained roadway and drainage facilities that were part of the Reunion Ridge Filing Number 1 approvals and is required by the Reunion Consolidated Development Agreement. In summation, the LDC terminology adjustment process, not the final plat process, applies to Oakwood's application. Oakwood's application meets all the criteria for a terminology change. The city's denial is a misinterpretation of the LDC, which would lead to an absurd result, and the city exceeded its authority in requiring a final plat to retitle Track C. Therefore, we respectfully request the City Council reverse the city's decision and approve the use of a terminology change to retitle Track C as a lot. Thank you for your time. Jim Hayes and I are available to answer any questions you may have.
Each party has submitted their case to the city council, and we thank each side for their presentations. This time, we will now enter our deliberations. I'm going to open it up to questions from council members to either party at this time. I'm actually going to start with some questions. In the beginning of your statements, Ms. Berger, you said that the city has changed how it is that they are interpreting the land development code. Is that correct? Did I paraphrase your statement correctly?
That's correct.
And it is your contention that changing how it is interpreted is not allowable?
So in the, not the binder that I submitted, but in the documents that were presented to Planning Commission, which are in your binder, there is a discussion of the case law that discusses how when an interpretation of the code is amounts to basically a change to the code. And I can certainly find that reference if you'd like me to. Is that the question you're asking?
It is.
Okay. So I'm assuming, I'm not sure about the page number, but in a letter similar to the one that's in the binder that was presented to Planning Commission, there's a discussion entitled Basis for Oakwood's Appeal. Number one, the city cannot amend the LDC through the guise of a new interpretation. And then there's a lengthy discussion of Colorado case law that ends with the position of the courts that an amendment to the LDC cannot be accomplished through a new interpretation. There's also issues of notice of an opportunity to be heard, due process concerns regarding this particular application. So while City Council could well decide that they want to amend this particular provision of the LDC to not allow lots to be retitled as tracts for future applications, can't apply retroactively to this application through an interpretation or otherwise.
So let me try and paint a picture here to kind of better understand what you're saying. Prior to Mr. Rogers, we had a director of community development, and that director of community development reads our LDC and says, based on the LDC, we can do this. That director of community development left our city and went to another city. We were fortunate enough to get Mr. Rogers from the city of Parker, who subsequently was promoted into his current position, and now we're fortunate enough to have Mr. Tolbert. Mr. Tolbert comes and he looks at this LDC and he says, based on this, we can't do this. It's your contention that the fact that somebody has looked at it with a new set of eyes and determined what was done before may not have been correct, or what was done before may have been correct, this, that, it's your contention that the city cannot evolve based on the hiring of experts in this field?
So there's actually two questions that you have posed there, whether the city could change their interpretation and whether or not it could apply to this application. And what I'm telling you is that it cannot apply to this application because you would be applying a new interpretation retroactively to an application after it was submitted. In terms of an interpretation changing, I would point you to the portion of the Planning Commission letter that reads as follows: Colorado law provides the city no legal basis to spontaneously change the interpretation of the LDC section 213244. In fact, Colorado law is clear that a local government's amendment of local authorities through the guise of interpretation, absent a proper amendment, should be afforded no legal weight by a reviewing authority. And that is, there's a case cited, I believe it's Eason v. Board of County Commissioners of Boulder.
Mr. Tolbert, I hope you can hear me and can answer this question. Prior to this case, had you ever ruled on a case of a lot line determination like we are talking about right now in the city of Commerce City?
Mayor, excuse me, Mayor, I have not.
Okay, thank you. So, Ms. Berger, how is it that you are contending that it is retroactive when, in the case of Mr. Tolbert's employment as the Community Development Director for the City of Commerce City, this is the first time that a application has come before him, and he has looked at the code, read what the code says, and provided a decision based on that? How is
So-
that retroactive?
So with all due respect, it's the city who's making the determination through Mr. Tolbert. And the retroactivity is that he's applying a new interpretation that came about after the application was submitted. He certainly would have had the ability to do that before the application was submitted. The fact that he came on board after the application was submitted and then made a determination that there should be a different application or a different interpretation cannot be applied to this application, and arguably can't be applied as a means of changing the LDC, which specifically says that lot line adjustments have to meet the criteria that was cited by the city, not terminology adjustments. And I'm happy to go to that section of the code and read that.
Mr. Tolbert, when did you begin employment with the City of Commerce City?
I'm sorry, Mayor, can you repeat that?
When did you begin your employment with the City of Commerce City?
November 1st.
And when was this application submitted?
I
I'm not sure when it was submitted. It was brought to me, my guess is early April, and I was asked if I would approve a terminology adjustment.
When was this application submitted, Ms. Berger?
I believe it was August 24th, 2021, and then there was one round of city staff review that resulted in comments in November, I believe it was November 21st, 2021.
And who provided those comments, staff?
We can certainly take a look at our records and see what there's.
Moving on from that, you said that under LDC 21-3244, you made a comment regarding previously approved plat, and that we can't go and make changes to a previously approved plat. Is that a correct summation of your comment?
I don't believe that that's an accurate summation.
Can you clarify for me what exactly you were saying there?
I need a better location of my testimony for me to clarify.
It was probably around the 6-minute mark, 6 minutes remaining, so maybe another minute and a half into the presentation. It was towards the beginning.
So I made a statement that Tract C was platted as part of the Reunion Ridge Filing Number 1 plat and designated for future development. And then I listed why the city staff report doesn't address the legal arguments cited by Oakwood.
Okay, so let's stop there for a second, if you don't mind. Tract C, and that's, I believe, what we're talking about is Tract C. And
That's correct.
So Tract C was identified, and there's also a Tract A, there's a Tract B. There's one tract that's already been split into 2 separate plats. That is already, one plat has been approved by the city council in a public hearing. The other one was administratively approved, but we have this Tract C.
Correct.
Okay, and so you're telling me that Tract C was already approved as a plat?
So Tract C was approved as part of the Reunion Ridge Filing Number 1 plat as a tract designated for future development.
Designated for future development, okay. When it was approved, did it say, on this particular tract, we are going to build X amount of houses, and it's going to be this square footage per lot size, and this is the way it's gonna go? Was that approved when the amendment was approved?
So I was not here and don't know
And
what
Mr.
was
Hayes?
in the record. So, excuse me, I'll finish answering the question, and then if it's not sufficient, we can have Mr. Hayes come forward. But but I think the question that you're really getting at is, can there be more final plat approval review for this Tract C? And my statement was, we are not further subdividing Tract C, and therefore, we do not need to plat it. It's going to be developed as one lot. And yes, the use that it's intended for that lot was approved as part of the PUD zone district, and it is allowed as development for that use in the Filing 1 plat. And all of the impacts of that future development were considered. As I indicated, the schools have already been determined based on the maximum number of houses in Reunion Ridge Filing 1, and which includes all the houses to be potentially developed on this parcel, as well as drainage improvements that have been built, infrastructure that's been built, and any interior roads will be privately owned roads. And the only thing that remains are sewer and water, which is subject to South Adams County, which will be final approved as part of the PUD development permit process, and they have already, I believe, approved that. So that was the basis for the statement that there's no further authority for City Council to require a final plat because there is no further need to subdivide this parcel.
Okay, thank you. Unfortunately, you haven't answered my question.
So try again, and I will try again.
Please don't ask me to, please don't force me to ask you to leave the chambers. Please. Now, Tract C was approved as a tract.
That's correct.
Okay. What was the plan when that was approved? What was put in front of the approving body, be it administrative approval, Planning Commission, City Council, whoever it is that approved Tract C at the time of approval? What was put in front of them for approval? You're telling me one lot, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. What is the intention to build on that one lot?
I can certainly answer that question. I don't know what the relevance is to this discussion, but the answer is to build a for-rent, single-family detached product, which is use by right in the PUD zone document. And the number of houses planned for that parcel have already been included in the maximum number of houses in Village 9 that was used to calculate the impacts of the Filing 1 plat to the surrounding schools, roads, drainage, and so forth.
Okay. You mentioned all the impact fees have been paid. Has the fire department received their impact fee?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Has the fire department received their impact fee at this time?
Has the fire department received their impact fee? Well, first of all, impact fees would be paid at building permitting time. And so what I said in my statement, and I'm not entirely sure that the fire department has actually enacted an impact fee, but if they would be, if you can bring, Mr. Timms, if you could bring my presentation back up, it's this, I think it's the third to the last slide.
I have it up if Mr. Gibson, has he
Oh,
disappeared?
he's absent temporarily from his seat.
What are you trying to get to?
This page here. It's the, I believe it's the third slide from the end. Thank you. So the slide that's in front of you right now shows the relevant impact fees that can be assessed and at what stage. The school fees are either determined as a cash in lieu or a dedication of lands, public parks. As you can see, those were accommodated at the final plat stage for the Filing 1 reunion, or excuse me, the Filing 1 plat. And what you're talking about is the fire and emergency fees. And to the extent there are any fire and emergency fees, those would be at the PUD development permit stage, which this application is still required to go through and is actually, I believe, currently in the process of being reviewed by the city.
Okay. Does anybody on council have questions? Councilmember Madera?
Yeah, well, thank you for the binder that you introduced into the record.
Thank you.
Can you tell us the definition of a tract? And it's in section K, page 38 in there, number 468.
I'm sorry, are you referring to the binder I gave you?
Yes, ma'am.
The mayor specifically asked me not to refer to the contents of the
I
binder.
did not ask you not to refer. I just said that doing so during your testimony could cause a delay.
So in tab K, tract, and I actually believe it's in our letter too, but I'll go to the source. Lots of definitions. Okay, so tract is definition number 468, and it says, shall mean a unit of subdivided land not occupied or designed to be occupied by a primary building such as open space or drainage.
Thank you. And then for staff, can you read to us the approval criteria, specifically criteria A for the lot line and terminology adjustments? I believe it's on slide 4.
Sure. Hold on a second. This slide here, approval criteria A, the adjustment does not increase the number of lots or parcels or create new lots or parcels.
Okay, I think this is, words matter here, and that we're speaking about lots and parcels. And during your testimony, you were speaking about tracts. And so can you now read to me the definition of a lot? It's number 248, section K.
Shall mean a unit of subdivided land occupied or designed to be occupied by a primary use or building or a group of such buildings and accessory buildings.
So I think the question before us is really a simple question in, does this application create any new lots or parcels?
So with all due respect, if we can go back to the slide that talks about the approval criteria, that approval criteria applies to lot line adjustments. It does not apply to terminology adjustments. It says the director may approve a lot line adjustment if, and then it has.
To me, this isn't a terminology adjustment, right? Because you just define the difference between a tract and a lot, and they're very, very different things that we're talking about here.
So this particular parcel was actually designated for future development. There's a land use summary table.
Is it designated as a lot?
It is designated as a tract.
Okay,
There's actually
so this-
there's actually several.
This application would increase the number of lots, correct?
So if you look at my letter, and again, we address this, my first answer is criteria A does not apply to a terminology adjustment.
My
And if you
question is
respectfully
yes or
disagree,
no.
that's fine. So this does not increase the total number of lots. And I discussed that in my letter. I don't want to delay the council's determination.
How does it not increase the number of lots? If I have one tract and 0 lots,
Well,
and
so-
then if this application were to be approved, now I have 1 lot and 0 tracts, is that not an increase? Is
So-
1 not bigger than 0?
So what you're asking is a purely arithmetic question. And what I'm telling you is that if you apply that criteria, that adjustment does not increase the number of lots or parcels, a terminology adjustment from changing a tract to a lot will always increase the number of lots. And so you will have an absurd result if you say that you can only have a terminology adjustment that does not increase the number of lots, which goes back to the case law analysis, which says that you can't have an interpretation. Colorado cases have held that an interpretation by a city of its own code that results in an absurd result is not supportable. So
So are you calling math absurd?
I've not referred to Mr. Hayter, and I don't intend to.
That's what I just heard, that an arithmetic interpretation of this criteria is incorrect and absurd.
I mean, with all due respect, if you have a land development code, so again, a land development code is looked at first to see what the clear meaning is of the language without going into any interpretation or any intent. The clear interpretation of this language is that item A through E does not apply to a terminology adjustment. It only applies to a lot line adjustment. To the extent that an argument could be made that it does apply to a terminology adjustment, it can't result in a decision that basically makes the terminology adjustment for a lot to a tract, which is allowed by, which is
Let me ask
specifically
you
designated in
this in a different
FAQs.
way. Is this a typical way of going about making lots?
It is, absolutely. So we had this discussion at the Planning Commission, and it's very common in a plat of area the size of filing 1 to designate some areas for future development, but to call
So
them
designate
tracts.
areas as tracts that are by definition not for development. And then
It is
to
common.
change those to lots for development
It is,
without,
through the
No,
use of a
further-
terminology change. Or in the case of the other 2 tracts that Mayor Huesman was referring to, Oakwood did have a desire to further subdivide those tracts. So they did come in front of Planning Commission and City Council because one of those was called up, and that tract was further subdivided into single-family lots. So the use of the terminology adjustment for tracts to lots that do not require further subdivision has historically been used by the city and was the process provided by city staff to Oakwood in August of 2021 and then reiterated in the comments in November of 2021.
so you don't plat these lots?
So this is a parcel that's called a tract, and we are changing it, we're requesting to change the title of it to a lot. It's
So you can develop it?
so that we can develop it.
Because you couldn't
it was-
previously develop it because the
Well, it would-
definition did not allow for that unless it was platted.
Well, so it has been platted. It was platted as a tract. So when you plat something, you can either plat a tract or a lot when you plat a piece of property. And it's not uncommon, as was done with Reunion Ridge filing number 1, that a portion of that plat is further subdivided into single-family lots or smaller parcels. But some of the parcels that are to be reserved for future development are entitled tracts, but designated for future development with the understanding that the code allows those tracts to be retitled as a lot so that building permits can be issued, or that those tracts could be further subdivided by an amendment to the underlying plat, the filing 1 plat, as was done with, I believe it was either parcel A or parcel B or potentially both of them. So this is a very standard way of designating lots for future development, or designating parcels for future development while calling them tracts, because it's been historically understood that you could retitle them as a lot pursuant to this section without running afoul of this approval criteria.
My next question is for Mr. Tolbert. Can you please explain to us the approval criteria and the basis for denial?
Excuse me, yes, sir. That's an interesting section of the code. look at it, it says lot line and terminology adjustments. There's a definition for lot line adjustment. There is no definition of a terminology adjustment. The only criteria that would seem to apply to a terminology adjustment, if we knew what it was is A, where it says you can't create any more lots. I just, I looked at it. I didn't see anything that I could base my approval on when I was asked to do so by the staff. I know that there have been prior approvals. I wasn't involved in those, and I just think they were in error. And I just don't think there's anything in the code that gives us the ability to approve a terminology adjustment as it's written right now.
Thank you, sir.
Why, when this was initially platted, did it get platted as a tract instead of a lot if the goal was to put buildings on it?
I think I'll yield that question to Mr. Hayes.
Thank you, Jim Hayes, 4908 Tower Road, Denver, 80249. In general, we had 3 tracks that were part of filing 1. Other than the approved PUD zone document density, we weren't sure exactly what the development was going to be on those parcels. We subsequently submitted replats for Amendment 2 and Amendment 4, which further divided those parcels into multiple lots. In this case, we've elected to try to go forward with a change from a tract to a lot, since the end use does not need to have individual home sites or individual lots on it and still complies with the PUD zone document.
And you said this is going to be single-family detached homes, so why did it not need to be divided?
They will be for a built-to-rent community under one ownership and not be further sold individually.
For staff, are there still requirements as far as lot sizes and minimum square footage and parking and all those other requirements that exist for rent home development such as Avila up at Buffalo Run?
Yes, sir. They would. We would look at the Reunion PUD, and the Reunion PUD would have different minimum standards for lot size or home size based on the type of home. So yes, we would compare it to that to make sure they were meeting those minimums.
Okay. And so does this process take away the city's ability to review those homes to determine if they meet the PUD requirements?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that one more time?
Does this process of doing a lot line adjustment and terminology change and everything that's being asked for, does it take away the city's ability to review each of those individual homes, despite the fact they're going to be under one owner and for rent? Does it take away the city's ability to review those homes and determine if they meet the PUD?
No, sir. The staff would take a look at the plat and the associated PUD permit to make sure they're meeting the minimums in that Reunion PUD document and also the minimum stated in the Land Development Code as well.
Thank you. Councilmember Noble?
Thank you very much. Fortunately, some of my questions have been asked, so I won't repeat them. What is your opposition to a final plat?
Well, our position is that it's not required by the code, and it's a lengthy and expensive process that would delay the development. And Oakwood has a vested right to develop in accordance with the Reunion Ridge filing the #1 plat. So for those reasons, we believe it's unnecessary and unduly burdensome and not authorized by the code.
And had you provided any of this evidence that you gave us tonight previously to anyone?
I'm sorry, this book?
Yeah.
Everything that's in this book was provided to the city on June 10th, and most, if not all of it, was reviewed by Planning Commission. So when you say
Okay,
provided
so
it to
the
anybody-
Planning Commission went through the binder?
So the Planning Commission had a similar submittal, which is actually in your city council packet tonight. There was a different letter that went to Planning Commission. It was addressed to Planning Commission. And it addressed all the issues that we're talking about tonight. And Planning Commission made a recommendation by a 4-to-1
I understand they
vote.
made a
Yeah.
recommendation.
Yeah.
What, we are the finders of fact tonight.
Correct, yep.
Did they receive a binder with this material? Did the Planning Commission receive a binder with this material?
So the process for submitting.
Yes or no, did the Planning Commission receive this binder? Yes or no?
The Planning Commission did not receive a physical binder, but
Thank
they
you.
received the same
Thank you.
information electronically.
Thank you very much, Ms. Berger. That's all the questions I have.
In your letter that you drafted April 29th, 2022, to Mr. Tolbert, under city's denial, you said, Oakwood received a letter signed by Jennifer Jones on your behalf stating the lot line and terminology adjustments process could not be used to retitle Tract C as a lot because pursuant to LDC 21-3244, parentheses 3, sub parentheses A, the adjustment cannot increase the number of lot or parcels or create new lots or parcels. That is what is in our LDC? That, I believe that was a quote, so you took that directly from our LDC to say, an adjustment cannot increase the number of lots or parcels or create new lots or parcels?
That was a quote from the letter we received, the denial letter.
Okay. Mr. Tolbert, in that denial letter, there are quotation marks. Is that verbatim what is stated in the Land Development Code?
Can you read it to me again, Mayor? I'm sorry, I don't.
The adjustment cannot increase the number of lots or parcels or create new lots or parcels.
It's real close if it's not verbatim.
And it is my understanding that was the basis on which you felt you could not approve this?
That in terminology adjustment is not defined, and so that's the only criteria that's available. And yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Now, Ms. Berger, earlier, whenever you were questioned by Councilmember Madera, I believe we determined that we were going from 0 lots to 1 lot?
Arithmetically, that is correct.
All right. Per the LDC, the adjustment cannot increase the number of lots.
For a lot line adjustment, not a terminology adjustment.
So,
That criterion specifically says it's for a lot line adjustment, which makes sense because you don't want to allow a lot line adjustment to create new lots. That's what the platting process is for, to create new lots that haven't previously been considered as part of a final plat in terms of their impact on the surrounding areas, impact fees, roads, drainage, and so forth, as this parcel that's entitled to tract has been previously.
I feel like you just made the case for the city.
Then I must have misspoken.
Any other council members have questions at this time? Help me out one more time. You said that, can you repeat what you said regarding for a lot line adjustment? We were discussing LDC 21-324, parentheses 3, sub parentheses A, the adjustment cannot increase the number of lots or parcels, and you said that that does not apply to a lot line adjustment, or it only applies to a lot line adjustment? Can you please?
I said it only applies to a lot line adjustment.
Only applies to a lot
Correct,
line adjustment?
yes.
Okay, and so, and I believe you're standing here telling me that this is not a lot line adjustment, this is a terminology adjustment?
That's correct.
All right, so now I'm looking under paragraph B, and thank you for this binder. And whenever I look at paragraph B, the application type says plat correction / lot line adjustment. So the application says.
I'm sorry, where are you looking at?
Oh, page 1 of tab B. the development review application that was submitted by Oakwood Homes.
Oh, there was a lot line adjustment, but not for tract C, it was for tract X. Tract X is the drainage tract. And so this application was designed to correct the lot line for tract X to more closely have it reflect the actual drainage feature that was required there. And so this was a dual application, adjust the lot line for tract X and then make a terminology adjustment for tract C.
Well, that's not what I read on the next page, a letter from Jeff Mark that says the proposed submittal is to adjust a lot line between tracts C and X in Reunion Ridge.
So the lot line adjustment is due to the change in the size of tract X. So again, you know, the criteria talks about a lot line adjustment. It doesn't have any limitations on increasing the size of a lot. So even if you'd like to apply the lot line adjustment criteria to this particular request to adjust the lot line between C and X, there's no prohibition against increasing the size of a lot, only arithmetically increasing the number of lots that haven't been previously considered as a final plat and the impact of those lots in that previous final plat, which was what I intended to say previously if I did misspeak.
Thank you, appreciate that clarification. That letter goes on to say, so we are also requesting a terminology change for tract C to become a lot. Mr. Tolbert, I'm going to refer back to you based on that request. So we are also requesting a terminology change from tract C to become a lot. Can you tell me again the basis for your denial of why it is that you said they could not change it from a tract to a lot?
Correct.
Can you give me the reference in the Land Development Code or your basis for that denial stating that they could not change the tract to a lot?
Yes, sir, and it also says that the approval criteria apply to both lot line adjustments and terminology adjustments.
And it says that in the LDC under that section?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Timms, would you be so kind as to pull that section of the LDC up so that everybody can see it?
Yes, we can certainly do that. Mr. Gibson, can you pull up that, the PowerPoint again to that slide? There we go.
Can we actually go out and actually pull the LDC? Yeah,
DC, sure, just give me a moment.
thank you.
Oops. If you look at, Mr. Mayor, the number 2, it says that the director is authorized to approve with conditions, deny application based on the criteria below, and then the application criteria right there. And the first part of that says, for for lot line or terminology adjustments.
Yeah, and unfortunately, and I'm going to refer this over to our city attorney. Unfortunately, when I look at approval criteria there, I see the director may approve a lot line adjustment. However, I don't see the words or terminology adjustment.
Sure. Would you like me to address that?
Please.
So as Ms. Berger so kindly pointed out, one of the things that we cannot do is read an absurd result into a statute. And by not applying the criteria to a terminology adjustment, that is exactly what you're doing. You're ending up with an absurd result. So the description here says the lot lines or terminology of previously recorded documents may only be adjusted in accordance with this section. It then indicates that this is the review criteria for lot line and terminology adjustments. When it goes down to section 3, approval criteria, or subsection 3, approval criteria, says the director may approve a lot line adjustment if. And then there's 5 approval criteria. And of course, those are the only approval criteria listed. But to then say that this does not apply to a terminology adjustment leaves us with that absurd result, because then there is no approval criteria for a terminology adjustment. So based on the context and what you have above, to avoid the absurd result, you have to also apply this to a terminology change.
Okay. And Mr. Rogers, is this something that can be addressed as we're having the LDC redone to make sure that we capture the "and" in there as well going forward there to provide and prevent any kind of confusion?
Mr. Rogers, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir. And to your question, Mayor, yes.
All right. So, Ms. Berger, I'm looking at this, and section 21-3244, lot line and terminology adjustments. Section number 2 talks about the review and talks about Mr. Tolbert's authority to approve with conditions, or deny such applications based on the criteria below. Figure 3-20 talks about different criteria, lot line and terminology adjustments that takes place, a little flow chart there with some pretty shapes. And we get down to 3, and number A, the adjustment does not increase the number of lots or parcels or create new lots or parcels.
So before you get to looking at the intent, you look at the plain language of the code. And the plain language of the code clearly says the director may approve a lot line adjustment if.
Okay.
So by including Mr. Hayter's interpretation, you'd have to first determine that that language is unclear.
Okay.
A court would have to determine it's unclear.
So let me stop you there and let me ask you, you told me to look at the plain language of the code. When I look at the plain language of the code, I don't see plain language in the code that allows the director to approve a terminology adjustment. I see the ability in plain language of the code taking away intent to say he can do a lot line adjustment should he want to, but there is nothing in that criteria for approval that says he can do a terminology adjustment.
So if you go back to the beginning, it says lot lines or terminology adjustments of previously recorded documents may only be adjusted in accordance with this section, which means that if you can't adjust them within this section, there is no way to make a terminology adjustment, which means the city has provided a process that it can't provide to the applicant.
Okay, so therefore, I don't see any way that we can approve this, because our land development code does not provide us, in clear language, a means by which to approve it.
So again, if you go to case law on point, the next thing you would look at is extrinsic evidence, and the FAQs that are on the city's website, and I believe we have them as an exhibit, but if not, they can be pulled up, specifically discuss this exact process. Pardon me 1 minute while I find what exhibit they're in. They're in Exhibit F of the binder that you received. And if you read through lot line or terminology adjustments, it specifically says that under introduction, the second to the last line, terminology adjustments refer to the process for retitling lots from platted tracts to prepare for development. So if you go down the hierarchy, the clear language of the code, the intent of the code as revealed by extrinsic evidence, this is posted on the city's website, is extrinsic evidence that shows the city's intent to use the terminology, this section for terminology adjustments for exactly what we're asking for, which by definition is going to result in more lots than previously existed.
Okay, and I thank you for including this off our website. And I notice on the next page, page 2, it actually includes that fancy diagram we mentioned there.
Yep.
I'm not disputing the fact that the city has a way to do a terminology adjustment. 100% agree with you. The statement down here that says, processing is relatively quick because under normal circumstances, the process does not require any public hearings or notifications. Under normal circumstances. In this particular thing here, again, the Land Development Code, section 21-3244, does not give a way for our community development director to approve a terminology adjustment. No matter how many times we try to spin it, whether we want to look at the intent of the Land Development Code as I've been asked to do before, or if I want to look at the plain language of the Land Development Code as I'm being asked to do now, there is nothing in section 21-3244 that grants our community development director the authority to approve your request.
With all due respect, I disagree. I believe that the description says the term lot lines or terminology previously recorded documents may only be adjusted in accordance with this section, and then it goes on to provide what his review looks like and the approval criteria for lot line adjustments. The lack of approval criteria for terminology adjustments does not make this section inapplicable to terminology adjustments, nor does it divest him of the authority to approve terminology adjustments. And the FAQs further specifically provide under what instances a terminology adjustment can be approved by the community development director, which is exactly the situation that's in front of City Council tonight.
Now, is that opinion that you've just given me based on the plain language that you just read there, or based on your opinion in legal?
It's all in the letter that I wrote Planning Commission as well as yourself. So
That was a simple question. Is that based on the plain language that's in this Land Development Code, or is that based on your legal opinion?
So it is based on the analysis that's in my letter, which is you start with the plain language, then you go to, if it's ambiguous at all, you go to the intent. And if you look at again, I'm referring to page 7 of 15 of the letter. It speaks specifically about the amendment through the guise of a new interpretation. In section 2, it talks about applying ordinary statutory construction principles that a court would reject the city's new interpretation. It goes through a discussion of what would happen if the language is considered to be plain. It goes on to discuss what the cases would hold if it was found to be ambiguous. And again, this is my argument, or its intent is unclear. And then it looks to the interpretation set forth by the local government. And we came to the conclusion that the intent is clear and easily discernible, but even if it's, that it only applies to lot line adjustments, but even if it's not, it is supported under further analysis in terms of the city's intent based on the FAQs and past processes of the city regarding exactly these types of requests, as well as the city's direction to Oakwood to proceed in this manner with this terminology change.
Thank you. Councilmember Madera?
Yeah, so you said something that, kind of sparked something in me. You said that if the language is ambiguous, you go to the intent. But earlier you mentioned that we wouldn't want to create new lots through lot line adjustments. So my question to you is, why would we want to do this through a terminology adjustment?
So the reason you are authorized to do it through a terminology adjustment is because
I didn't ask why we were authorized. I asked why we would want to.
I can't speak to the city's intent. All I can speak to is what the code says.
Well, let's go back then. Why wouldn't we want to do this for a lot line adjustment, like you mentioned earlier?
So for a lot line adjustment, the reason, in my opinion, that these further criteria exist is so that the lot line adjustment is not used to create lots for which the impact of those lots was not previously reviewed in a prior plat.
Is that not the case here? When we're speaking of tracts that are, a tract by definition is not meant to be developed.
It was designated for future development, and in the filing one,
Why wasn't it
plat,
designated as a lot then?
it's historically been the way the city has processed these sorts of developments. It's not just Oakwood, it's not just this filing.
So the city goes and creates a PUD with tracts, and then they don't create a final plat, and they just change the terminology to be a lot, so developers can develop it?
So in the past, so again, the PUD is the zone document, and the zone
And
document.
it was zoned, it was platted as a tract, correct?
So it's zoned under the Reunion PUD, and it was platted as a tract, and as
Okay.
part of that platting
And
process.
by definition, a tract, can that be developed?
So by definition, a tract is not allowed to be developed because you can't get a
Okay,
building
so-
permit for it. But it was designated for future development in that
So going back
plat.
to the intent, right? By platting it as a tract, the intent was not to develop it
That's not accurate.
unless it's platted as a lot.
That's not accurate. If you look at the Reunion Ridge Filing 1 plat, there's a chart that is called
Well,
Land Summary
it just
Chart.
goes back to, is it a tract or is it a lot?
So what I'm trying to express to you is that in the past, the city has allowed parcels.
Well, we're not speaking of past cases, we're speaking about what's in front of us and the land development code, correct?
Well, so with all due respect, past instances do show the intent
With all due
of the
respect,
city.
the intent, right, is outlined in the approval criteria.
So if you
In the
look at,
section titled Lot Line and Terminology Adjustments.
so I think we're speaking past each other, so if you would like to ask me a question that I could formulate a better answer to, I'd be happy
That's
to try.
okay, I've heard enough.
Anybody else on council have any questions for either our staff or for the applicant? In the absence of any immediate questions, I will refer the city council to the approval criteria subsection 3. Would someone please read the first criteria and we discuss that? Mr. Timms? Councilmember Madera?
Sure. I think we've read this several times already, but approval criteria A, the adjustment does not increase the number of lots or parcels or create new lots or parcels.
Any discussion on that approval criteria?
Well, as the applicant pointed out, arithmetically, it increases the number of lots. So, judging by that criteria, this is not met.
Okay. Next up is, does anybody have any comments on that? Councilmember Grimes?
I think we're splitting hairs here because we still have one of one, regardless of what you call it. And I think it's subject to interpretation when you read criteria A. I'm personally in favor of the terminology adjustment, but I don't see it as increasing the number of lots, because we still just have one. We're just changing the name.
Any other discussion? All right, criteria B, somebody want to read that one for me? Mayor Pro Tem?
The adjustment does not affect a recorded easement without the prior approval of the easement holder.
I don't see this one as being applicable. Any questions? All right. Section C, street locations will not be changed. Mr. Timms, were there going to be any street locations changed on this?
Staff did not actually review the application like we would normally, and so it would be premature for us to say one way or another on that.
Thank you. Section D, the adjustment will not create any nonconformities or increase the degree of nonconformity of any existing structure or use. I don't think there's any applicability there, okay? Section E, the adjustment complies with all applicable city standards. Any discussion on that one? Okay. After reviewing all 5 criteria, having discussed the approval criteria, would anyone like to make a motion? Councilmember Grimes? Councilmember Madera?
I'll make the motion to instruct the city attorney to prepare a written decision based off the findings of city council and continue this case to July 18th for the written decision to be reviewed and formally adopted.
All right, have a motion to direct the city attorney to prepare a written decision based on the findings of the city council and continue this case to July 18th for that written decision to be reviewed and formally adopted. Going to ask you to clarify, is that written decision based on the findings to approve or deny the appeal?
To deny the appeal based on the approval criteria A not being met.
Have a motion to direct the city attorney to prepare a written decision based on the findings of the city council and continue this case to July 18th for that written decision to be reviewed and formally adopted. The written decision would be to deny the approval based on the fact that approval criteria A is not met. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Councilmember Douglas is seconds. I have a motion and a second. Directing the city attorney to prepare a final written decision based on the findings of the city council and continue this case to July 18th for that written decision to be reviewed and adopted, and that written decision would be denying the appeal of the applicant. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Grimes.
Thank you, Mayor. I won't be supporting the motion. Not only do I disagree with the direction, but I also think it's important to reflect on our Planning Commission's recommendation to overturn the director's decision in a 4-1 vote. And so based on their recommendation as well as what I've heard tonight, I won't be supporting the motion.
Is there any other discussion?
Mayor Huseman, I just want to point out Councilmember Hurst raised his hand.
Councilmember Hurst, thank you.
Yeah, sorry, this is a little awkward. Can I just ask for clarification one time before we make a vote? So what's the alternative path, number one of the approval? Like, how is a tract that is platted for future development supposed to proceed outside of this this path that we're discussing tonight?
Mr. Rogers?
I'm actually going to defer to the planning manager or the community development director with respect to their process.
My thought is the alternative direction would be submit a final plat application as a way to process that.
Yeah. Councilmember, could you repeat the question for me, please?
Yes, sir. I was just asking, what's the alternative path to number one of the approval criteria? How is a tract that is platted for future development supposed to proceed? You know, otherwise, they made an attempt based off of an interpretation of our current regulations, but what's the alternative?
They could very easily have submitted a final plat doing exactly what this is doing, and we would have processed it and handled it that way. That is not unusual at all.
What's the reasoning behind doing it like this and opposed to a final plat? Is it cost? Is it significantly more expensive to submit a final plat from a processing on both sides?
You know, there's not an awful lot of difference when you're doing just what they're doing in a plat, because they're not building any utilities or doing anything like that. I couldn't speak to exactly what the difference is. From our standpoint, it's a little bit easier to do a terminology adjustment, but not significant. What doesn't happen is the public doesn't get a chance to know about it through a posting and an opportunity to comment.
Would that be something? I'm just trying to figure out what the alternative is, since it's not clearly spelled out besides the final plat. But when we make these types of administrative changes, say this was to be accepted, or say you accepted at the beginning, is that something that we communicate through our monthly development report?
Yeah, I think so. But, you know, I also think it's something as we go about revising the land development code, we can take a look at and see if there's a better way to do it in a way that's clear where it's not now.
Thank you for the clarification.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Councilmember Hurst, can we record your vote?
Yeah, I said aye.
Thank you. I did not hear that. I believe that's going to pass 6-2. Thank you very much. All right, we're going to move on to our public hearings.
Oh, Mr.
Tonight's first public hearing will be on Legato filing number 1 subdivision. This item was continued from June 6, 2022. I will remind council to use the public hearing only to ask questions, but not to express opinions or indicate how you will vote. Council members are not to provide testimony if you wish to participate in the decision. You're to rely only on the facts developed in this hearing and in the record and apply those facts to the criteria in the Land Development Code. Per council policy number 22, the mayor has the authority to limit testimony to a reasonable length of time to maintain reasonable equity of time for all positions on an issue. Given the fact that we are running well late this evening, I will limit time to 15 minutes for each side. Mr. Gibson?
I'm sorry, Mayor, can you repeat that? I
Limiting
apologize.
testimony for each side to 15 minutes?
15 minutes, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Attorney, would you like to address the council?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I could just have one moment. So before we proceed, I'd like to ask a question of all the members on council. At this time, I'd like to ask, is there any council member who cannot hear this matter and make a determination fairly and impartially based on the record before you and the facts and evidence as developed at the public hearing? Will the record reflect that no member of council has indicated an inability to be fair and impartial? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, sir. This time I'm going to open the public hearing and would like to ask anybody that is testifying on either side of this, to include our city staff, to please rise so that you can be sworn in by the city attorney.
Mayor Huesman, for the record, no members of the public registered virtually, in person, and no written comments were received for this.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Okay. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right, thank you. At this time, I'm going to invite Anita Riley, city planner, to make the staff presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. This presentation will combine the cases S-772-20-22 and S-771-22-20-22. These are the cases for legato filings 1 and 2 subdivision plats. These properties are legato filings 1 and 2. They are currently zoned PUD by the legato PUD that was previously approved, and the future land use plan designates these areas for medium-density residential. These subdivision plats are solely intended to establish lot lines and create necessary easements for future utilities and infrastructure. They do not change or impact the zoning, the allowed uses, or the allowed density. The subdivision plat for legato filing 1 includes 181 single-family residential lots and 7 tracts for open space, drainage, landscaping, utilities, and private parks. It is located on approximately 34.84 acres. The subdivision plat for legato filing number 2 includes 131 single-family residential lots and 7 tracts for open space, drainage, landscaping, utilities, and private parks, and is located on approximately 32.38 acres. This map indicates the locations of filings 1 and 2 and their adjacency and proximity to a 10-acre neighborhood park and 25-acre school site that were dedicated in the previously approved infrastructure plat. Some case background. We have 2 previously approved cases associated with these subdivision plats. Z-953-18-20. This was approved by Commerce City and is for the legato PUD. The PUD zone document indicates that filings 1 and 2 will only contain single-family residential uses. The second case is S-751-19-20. This case is associated with the legato infrastructure plat that was previously approved and for which improvements are currently under construction. This page of the plat for filing number 1 indicates the configuration of the residential lots and tracts. Again, those are 181 lots, with 7 tracts. Filing 1 can be accessed from Himalaya Parkway, from Biscay Street to 95th Avenue, from East 94th Avenue to 95th Avenue, and from East 93rd Place. The public park dedication requirements have been satisfied with the 10-acre park that was part of the infrastructure plat, and the private open space requirements are satisfied with the tracts in the subdivision plat. There are also easements for drainage, utilities, and access, and the school land dedication requirements were also satisfied with the 25-acre site that was dedicated with the infrastructure plat. The plat dedicates 7.46 acres to open space that equates to 21.4% of the area for the plat. The open space includes a green belt with trails throughout and a 1.6 acre park with a playground, as indicated on this particular slide by the green star. This slide also shows, again, the adjacency of the plat to the previously dedicated public park. This page of the plat for filing number 2 also shows the configuration of the residential lots and the open space tracts. Filing number 2 includes the 131 residential lots and 7 tracts for open space, landscaping, utilities, and parks. And filing 2 can be accessed from the Legato Parkway to Biscay Court, Cathay Court, and Cathay Street. The public park dedication requirements in this case are partially satisfied with that 10-acre park that was dedicated with the infrastructure plat, and there is a remaining fee in lieu payment of $135,480 that will be due at building permit. The private open space requirements have been satisfied with the tracts identified in this plat, and there are additional easements for utilities and access. The school land dedication requirements are also satisfied with the 25-acre school site dedication that was part of the infrastructure plat. Filing 2 includes the 3.34 acres of open space, which equates to 10.3% of the area for the plat. And if you could, I do have an arrow. We have a an east-west alignment here. This is Legato Parkway that bisects filing number 2. And to the north of Legato Parkway, there is a 0.6 acre park identified by the star in Tract A, and as well as a 0.7 acre park to the south of Legato Parkway in Tract G, which is at the bottom of the filing. This 0.7 acre park includes park seating and as well as trails, as does Tract A through F include trails that lead to the public park that is located at the east side of filing number 2. This slide includes a summary table of the plat requirements for both filings 1 and filing 2 and compares them to the city standards for which they meet all of the standards. Both subdivision plats have been reviewed according to the final plat approval criteria found in section 21-3241, parentheses 3, and have been found to be in compliance with these criteria. Legato filing 1 was heard by the Development Review Team on a meeting on September 17th, 2020, and Legato filing 2 was heard in a meeting on October 22, 2020. The Development Review Team found that both requests meet the approval criteria for final plats as set forth in the LDC, and they made an official recommendation of approval for these cases. Both cases were then heard in a public hearing by the Planning Commission on May 3rd, 2022, where the Planning Commission found that each case met the approval criteria for final plats as set forth in the LDC, and the Planning Commission voted 4-1 for each case to recommend to the City Council approval for these cases with the associated resolutions. Subdivision Resolution S-772-20-22 and Subdivision Resolution S-771-20-22. That concludes the staff presentation. Staff is available to answer any questions, and the applicant is also present to speak on behalf of this request and to answer any questions the council may have.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that. Before we get into any questions, Robert's Rule of Order allows for a 2/3 vote to limit debate. Does any council member wish to make a motion to limit debate? Councilmember Grimes?
Move to limit debate to 5 minutes per member.
I have a motion to limit debate to 5 minutes per member. Is there a second? Councilmember Madera?
Second.
Have a motion and a second to limit debate to 5 minutes per council member. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Noble?
Yes, I'd like to ask why we're doing that now and we didn't do that on the previous land use case. This seems very inappropriate.
It wasn't in the script?
For consistency, we should just let it roll and hope that council members are more responsible about asking questions.
All right, have a motion and a second to limit debate to 5 minutes. Seeing no other requests for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. All right, it's going to fail 4-4. All right. This time we'll invite the applicant to make a presentation. Thanks for being with us so late this evening, and the floor is yours.
Mayor, council, thank you for letting me be here. Excuse me. Mayor, council, thank you for letting me be here tonight. We're humbly here in front of you to request approval of our final plats to allow our project Legato to keep moving forward. My name is Brad Burns. I'm the development manager of Legato. My residence is in Las Vegas, Nevada at 9875 West La Mancha Avenue, Las Vegas 89149. I'm here tonight with my business partner, Ms. Cohen. The name of our entity, Cohen Denver Airport LLC, is a woman business enterprise. We're very proud of the fact that we have a woman developing in your city, and she makes 100% of the decisions. The rest of the team is also here for any questions you may have. I wanted to, I wasn't quite sure if you guys knew the history of the project. Way back, the city named our project Prime Sites because they were very enthralled with the opportunity there. And your city's been gracious enough to approve basically our whole process. I mean, we have followed the rules with you guys from day one, every step of the way. We have conformed to everything you've asked us to do, from the PUD approval to the filings as we submitted to the staff, and everything that you've asked us, we've done. Committing the park to you guys, committing the school to you. We're also working with your fire department to bring in a site to the project, as well as the police department to help them as your city grows. I'm really here for any questions you have. I mean, this is a technical review. We have provided 20% open space in filing one when we only needed 3%. We have provided 10% open space in filing two where we only needed to provide 3. We have built basically at 5 dwelling units per acre when we could have done 8. We have in our opinion, we are fully conforming with your 9 criteria. We agree with your staff saying that we conform with your 9 criteria. We agree with your planning commission, who said they agree with the 9 criteria. So I'm here for you. Any questions you may have, want to know anything about the progress of Legato, where we're at. But we've owned this land since 2003. We've invested in Commerce City since then. And we currently have over $40 million in the ground there between us and the graciousness of your board here to allow us to obtain Metro District funds. So how can I help you?
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you being here, especially at this late hours. Anybody on council have any questions for staff or the applicant? Councilmember Noble?
Thank you very much. I have questions for staff. I'm looking at the Denver International Airport letter from 2020, and it talks about the fact that planes will be flying at 1,600 feet above ground level and recommends against certain trees because those trees will attract birds, which I'm sure would interfere with the planes flying overhead. So does the development agreement say no fruit trees, for example, in the area?
I don't believe that the development agreement refers to the landscaping.
Okay, I am concerned about public safety.
But it would definitely be addressed through the PUD permit, development permit that is currently under review.
Just for a point of clarification, ma'am, the development agreement includes, I believe it is Exhibit C, which is a schedule of landscape, which identifies the species, the diameter or size, plus the cost. It does not get into a prohibition or an allowance of certain types. That would be captured within the PUD permit and/or any associated conditions on top of that approval.
Okay, this does say the site is found within under the navigable airspace associated with DEN. And again, the departure traffic at altitudes ranging from about 1,600 feet above ground level to 2,600 feet above ground level. That's DIA. That was a letter that we asked about that we didn't have previously. Also, what has happened with the oil and gas site that was proposed for the area?
I'll tackle that one again. So with that, the former Condor site is still ongoing in deliberation, and I will also turn that over to the property owner to confirm or deny. But at the time of the application's processing through the city, we found that an application was made in error without the property owner's signature, which required the withdrawal of that oil and gas permit. I cannot speak to the private discussions that have been held, so.
All right, then I would
turn over.
ask the developer.
Yes, ma'am. I will tell you that their SUA is expired. We never signed the application once they submitted it. As you know, I think you recall, they were trying to go to the east side of the property. And frankly, since their bankruptcy, we haven't heard from them, not a peep. We have reached out to them a few times, but their SUA on the west side is now expired, even though, you know, we still have to cooperate with them, as you know. But they're in the wind, if you will. I mean.
Are you talking about the east side of E-470 or the east
Yeah,
side
so
of
on
the
the west
property?
side is where you saw the original possibility of an oil well.
Which is the west side of E-470, but the east end of the property.
The east end of the property is where they would like to go, or they said they wanted to go when we were talking, when you folks approved our PUD.
Is the map that shows
So-
a public area, and I'm wondering if that's the location for the oil and gas.
Can you pull the map up?
And which map is that?
Maybe page 3? Yeah.
Thank you.
So see literally where it says Office Flex in the purple? On the more adjacent to E-470? That's where the original oil wells were going to go. As I've told you, the SUA's expired. They want to go on Legato East because their drilling, their expense, all that effort, and they really, I think they wanted to comply with your new, you know, I think it's 1,000-foot rule. So I don't think we'll have one there. And if there's any possibility of having one there, they would have to get our approval. At this stage, they would be interfering with what we intend to do there, which would be a problem for them. So we really want them to go to the east side too. And I think there was a gentleman here, I want to see Dominic, who made those presentations. But they're, if I understand correctly, they want to go to the east side, but very squarely, they have not talked to us since they've gone bankrupt.
Do you own the underlying mineral rights?
No, ma'am. That's why we have to cooperate with them on the SUAs.
Okay, I'm going to ask a question of staff then. Tri-County Health Department commented in September of 2020, but there has been no new comments since. They make no mention of the landfill. What are you asking of these properties regarding the adjacent landfill? in terms of public health and safety?
I would defer to Tri-County Health, and if they did not identify any conflict with the landfill, then we would find that this is an acceptable development in this location.
I don't think that's what they're saying in the letter, but I'll let that go. In terms of public notification, there is some notice regarding signage in the publication. Since I was the person who was informing the public and I was looking for the sign, I was on 96th, I was on Tower Road, and then I was on 88th. Where were your requirements for public notice signage on this property?
We required 2 signs for each case on each road. So a total of 4 signs on 96th Avenue, a total of 4 signs on Tower Road, and a total of 4 signs on 88th.
For the record, there were only 2 signs. They were on 88th, opposite the entrance to the landfill. I drove by multiple times. They are supposed to be re-erected within 24 hours if the wind takes them down or whatever the case might be, but there were no signs on 96 or on Tower Road. I think my greatest concern about these properties is the proximity to the landfill and also the airport and the altitude that these planes will be flying over these properties. I know that I have one other question for staff. I don't see public comment from another agency, which would be Republic Services for the landfill. There's nothing on the summary. Let's see, planning and referral agency comment letters presented in reverse chronological order. Nothing from Republic Services for the landfill.
So if the application was referred to Republic Services, they did not respond to the application or the request for comments.
My understanding from a representative from Republic Services is that they did, and that there was previously an agreement that there would not be residential near the confines of the landfill, and that the landfill was going to be changing its entrance to E-470 on the east side. Have you received any applications for the landfill to change its entrance from 88th to E-470?
We currently have a PUD amendment application in for Allied Waste, and I don't believe that there is an access from E-470 for that application. They are requesting that they do move their current access further east towards E-470.
Further east towards E-70, would it be on 88th or off of 88th?
It would still be on 88th.
Thank you.
Councilmember Douglas.
Yes, thank you. I have several questions. I'm looking at the map here, and is the public park actually off of E-470? Does it butt up to E-470? Is that, it says fire station? Is that where the public park is?
The public park is located near the center of the proposed development, where it says neighborhood park, and it is colored in a slight green, surrounded by the yellow single-family development.
Okay, and where is the park that the developer has dedicated, is
I'm
part of
sorry.
the metro district? I guess it's a metro district, correct?
The public park, is that that's
No, I'm
located?
asking, first of all, I was asking where the public park was, and then I'm asking where the park that's dedicated by the developer is going to be located.
The private parks?
Private park, yes.
So those cannot be seen in this particular map. We would have to move back to the actual plats, plat maps that we had in the staff presentation.
Okay, so you can't see the public park on this one? Or you can? Oh, you can't.
Anita, if I may, I believe she's talking about the neighborhood park that is shown in between the single-family detached.
Right. So, so this is the public park, the neighborhood park?
And that will be maintained by the city? Is
Oh,
that
yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so the private park meets the
The private
requirements?
parks, so the private parks, we're going to have to just kind of guesstimate on this map. Filing 1 is in approximately this location here. And then the 1.6 acre park for filing 1 would be approximately in this location. For filing 2, it's bisected by Legato Parkway, so this is the northern portion of filing 2 with a 0.6 acre park, private park in approximately this location. It extends south to here with a private park of 0.7 acre area in this location at the south portion of filing 2.
Okay, thank you. And this adds up to 312 residents, is that?
I've just been noticed that there is some more information about the parks in this presentation we can move through. Here we go. So private park in this location here, here, and here.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for bringing that up and showing that to me. I appreciate that. So total, there's going to be 312 residents, residential.
Is that right?
Is that true?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. 181.
It's
I
late,
hope I did
can't
my
do
math
this.
right.
181 on filing 1
Yes, and
and
131.
131 on filing 2.
Okay, all right. So what are the main egresses going to be for those residents?
So we have, for filing 1, we have access from 96 here on is this Biscay Court to 95th. This is Himalaya Parkway that will to 95th. We also can take Himalaya Parkway to East 93rd Place.
I'm sorry. Can I correct her, ma'am? I don't mean to interrupt.
Oh, did
but
I get
I don't
the
want to
names wrong?
mislead you in any way. Because again, we really try to do things right for you guys. And we'll be a great partner for you. But Himalaya in phase 1 is not fully improved. So the access for our customers will be initially from 96 and Himalaya. Initially, the other location you see to the west of that off of 96, 94th Street, Legato Parkway, which is 92nd, and 90th. And Argonne will be fully improved, and Legato Parkway will be fully improved to Cathay Court. We'll make a right turn to that, call it Parkway of Green, to your right, and then Cathay Court left, and 94th Circle will be fully improved. So our residents have probably like 4 or 5 different accesses to their property.
Are you familiar with how heavy the traffic is on 96 with the Republic landfill on that road?
I'm sorry, ma'am, I didn't.
Are you familiar with how heavy the traffic is on 96?
Well, yes, ma'am.
with
In
the-
fact, we have contributed to Tower Road improvements with a agreement that we contributed $1 million to for your city and already paid. We also are paying traffic mitigation fees, and we also have agreed for traffic lights, payment of traffic lights in our land development agreement. So we're fully aware of how important those traffic lights and that traffic mitigation is. And we are accommodating that fully with wider streets than normal, less density than we could have done. So I think that should mitigate that somewhat.
Have you talked to Republic about the traffic lights and where you would put those and?
Well, we've had probably 5 meetings, of which all were public, including this one. We've had no public folks show up. Way back at the PUD, the Republic Services folks showed up, but that's it.
Okay. I think that's all I have for you right now. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, I have a couple questions for you. The school mitigation letter that was received indicated that you're meeting the requirement by building or dedicating land site for a middle school, but also requested a contribution to the Capital Facility Fee Foundation. Are you contributing to that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. I was going to ask a question regarding the impact to 96th Avenue and 88th Avenue. When I was trying to find traffic study information, I found your traffic count of how many daily trips anticipated from this project. From a staff perspective, do we have an actual report on the impact that this is going to have on 96th Avenue and 88th Avenue?
This is Chris Hodil, interim city engineer. Yes, they provided conformance letter that basically stated that they would be actually decreasing the number of traffic counts over, compared with what was previously approved in the master plan.
Right, I saw that in the list there, but there's still going to be an increase in daily trips on these streets from this development?
For certain, yes.
Great. And can you explain to me what actions are taken to mitigate the impact on those two roads? I know the applicant mentioned contributed $1 million to Tower Road, and thank you for your contribution. It's a beautiful roadway now. Are we doing anything for 96th Avenue or 88th Avenue to address the impact of the additional cars traveling to and from these residents to places of work or business or pleasure?
Yes, as part of the master development agreement, they are required to improve those roads by putting in turn lanes and contributing to, as was mentioned before, the 5 different traffic signals. There's going to be 50% required cash in lieu for 96th and Biscay Street, 96th Avenue and Himalaya Parkway, Tower Road and East 94th Avenue, Tower Road and Legato Parkway, and East 88th Avenue and Himalaya Parkway.
Okay, thank you very much for that. When I look at the diagram up here, Legato Parkway, is that a right-in, right-out only, or will that actually be a full movement intersection?
It's full movement, sir.
What's that?
It's full movement.
Full movement from Legato Parkway to Tower Road is full movement?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Will that be signalized?
Yes, sir.
What's that?
Yes, sir.
It is going to be signalized?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how about, is that 94th or 95th Avenue to the north?
I got my engineer here. I just want to make sure I tell you correctly. They can turn, so on 94th, they can turn left in and not left out. So coming south on Tower, they could go left in, but going from 94th, from 96th and Tower headed south, they could go left in, but going south on Tower, they can't make a left. They call that a 3/4.
Okay, and Mr. Interim City Engineer, do you believe that that is the best use of that intersection?
Yes, we believe so.
All right. I have some concerns over that, seeing the way people drive on 96th Avenue. I'd be scared to make an unprotected left turn into a neighborhood like that. I think that addresses all my questions that I have for staff and for the applicant. Councilmember Noble?
Yes, while you were asking about the traffic, are there, I don't know what you call them, when you pull sort of off the road in order to make a right turn, or you merge into the traffic? Will there be those kind of lanes? Because I don't see that here. Tower Road is
Yeah, I
pretty
believe
much a
there's-
nightmare, and we're talking about
I think the
even
city code
making it.
requires all turn lanes.
Yeah.
Designated right turn lane pockets into each of the exits off of Tower Road.
So we do have designated turn lanes for each of the pockets for into the various roads.
So you have designated deceleration lanes for turning from Tower Road into the neighborhood, but you don't have acceleration lanes where people can pull onto Tower Road, get up to speed, and then merge into traffic?
Apparently, we have acceleration lanes too. I mean, we follow your code, sir. So whatever your staff has asked us to do, we have concurred and we've done it.
Well,
Just so you know, the infrastructure plans literally are done, approved, and we are building them, like as we speak. So tonight, we're looking at the technical review of these two filings, and that's it, so.
what is your setback from the landfill to residential?
Well, we have a huge buffer. We have 1,200 feet of buffer initially off 88th. You also will have ultimately a 4-lane road on 88th. And then, what is that, 330 feet up Ceylon? You have 330 feet up Ceylon. You cross that street, that's another 80. So it's 410. So you're 16 to 17, or about half a mile, give or take.
I think you've done a very good job with laying this out.
Thank you, ma'am.
I think it's in a really unsafe area
Oh, I'm sorry.
for residential uses.
One last question for you. Can you speak just for briefly, how is marketing of the commercial properties going? Have you had any interest in developing those commercial properties and what type of uses?
Well, I'm sure I don't need to tell you, but they all want to know how many rooftops are we going to have. That's the first question they have. But yes, sir, actually, we have Marriott franchises very interested with us. We have a factory outlet group very interested with us. I'm very excited to eventually bring you our G&H parcels up there in the north east corner of the west side, if you will. But, you know, we expect to have a pretty significant retail presence there as well, and mixed use. So I do want to tell, and we've had a Toro, T-O-U-R-O, those guys who, they get like 75 cars, kind of like a rental car group, but it's private through an app. They've inquired about us. We've had a mini mart and a gas station, of course. And we've had preliminary discussions to try to support your police department. If they need a tract on our property, we're happy to help. So we're anxiously, everyone's anxious, sir. I mean, we've been going at this, like I said, we've invested in this over 20 years, and we've been through your processes through public hearings for 3.5 years, almost to the day. So we are very anxious to move our project forward, sir. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate that update. This time, I'm going to close the public hearing. Looking for a motion and a second to accept the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission on case S-772-20-22. And staff, do you have that to be able to put up on the screen, what their finding and recommendation was?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, sir. Oops.
Okay. Councilmember Noble?
I would like to make a motion to deny it based on criteria F and criteria G.
We are not to that phase of the hearing right now. Right now, we are looking for a motion and a second to accept the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission on case S-772-20-22.
Thank you.
Councilmember Madera?
So moved.
Councilmember Grimes?
I'll second the motion.
Have a motion and a second to accept the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission on case S-772-20-22. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion's going to carry 5-3. Okay, now, is there anybody who would like to make a motion on Resolution 2022-50? Councilmember Noble?
Yes, I would like to make a motion to deny based on criteria F and criteria G.
Have a motion to not adopt Resolution 2022-50. Is there a second? Mayor Pro Tem?
Second the motion.
Have a motion and a second to not adopt Resolution 2022-50. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Noble?
No.
All right, Mr. Gibson, would you please read the title?
Yes, sir. Resolution 2022-50, a resolution approving the Legato Filing Number 1 subdivision generally located between Tower Road and E-470 south of 96th Avenue, west of Himalaya Parkway, and between East 93rd Place and East 95th Avenue.
Thank you, sir. Again, I have a motion and a second to deny Resolution 2022-50 based on criteria F and G. Is that correct, Councilwoman Noble? Correct. Thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed say nay.
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 Motion is going to fail 3-5. Looking for a motion on Resolution 2022-50. Councilmember Noble?
I'm making a motion to not adopt 2022-51 based on criteria F and criteria G.
Ma'am, that's a totally different public hearing that we have not gotten into yet. We are still on.
Oh, all right, sorry.
We are still on 2022-50. Councilmember Madera?
Move to approve Resolution 2022-50.
Councilmember Grimes?
I'll second the motion.
Have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2022-50. Mr. Gibson, would you mind reading that title for us again, please?
Certainly, Mayor. Resolution 2022-50, a resolution approving the Legato Filing Number 1 subdivision generally located between Tower Road and E-470, south of 96th Avenue, west of Himalaya Parkway, and between East 93rd Place and East 95th Avenue.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2022-50. The title has been read. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay.
Nay.
6-2? 6-2 passes. All right, we're going to move into our second public.
Or make a motion to extend the meeting for 30 minutes.
Councilmember Madera?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to extend the meeting by 30 minutes. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. And our first order of business will be a 3-minute recess. Sorry.
No problem. Thank you so much.
Tonight's second public hearing will be on Legato Filing Number 2 subdivision. Actually, need a moment. We'll get back in a minute.
Do I do this again, Brad, burn policy?
Is there any significant differences between 5 and 5? No. So
All right, tonight's second public hearing will be on Legato Filing Number 2 subdivision. This item was continued from June 6, 2022. I'll remind council to use the public hearing only to ask questions, but not to express opinions or indicate how you will vote. Council members not to provide testimony if you wish to participate in the decision. You're to rely on facts developed in this hearing and in the record and apply those facts to the criteria in the Land Development Code. Per council policy number 22, the mayor has the authority to limit testimony to a reasonable length of time to maintain reasonable equity of time for all positions on the issue. I'm going to limit that time to 5 minutes, given the late hour that we are under. Mr. Hayter, would you like to address the council?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Mr. Mayor, Council, at this time, I'd like to ask the following. Is there any council member who cannot hear this matter and make a determination fairly and impartially based on the record before you and the facts and evidence as developed at the public hearing?
Councilmember Noble?
Thank you. I inadvertently combined the two applications. I thought we were hearing two at the same time. However, I am going to recuse myself. My arguments stand.
Thank you. At this time, would the record reflect that Councilmember Noble has recused herself from hearing case number 2022-51. No other member of council has indicated an inability to be fair and impartial in this matter. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The chair is yours. Or the floor is yours.
Thank you. This time I'll open the public hearing. Ms. Riley, you've already given the staff presentation.
Yes, sir.
Does anybody on council have any questions for staff? Seeing none, Mr. Applicant? You wish to make a presentation?
I'm just here for you guys.
Does anybody on council have any questions for the applicant?
Council, excuse me. Yes, sir.
Seeing none, Mr. Gibson, is anybody registered to speak?
Mayor Huseman, no members of the public registered to speak virtually, in person, and no written comments were received since June 6th.
I do believe that comments were received in general that may have been included in the packet for written comments, and did those comments not specifically address this case?
Those comments were incorporated whenever we originally published on June 6th. No additional written comments have been received since June 6th, whenever this case was continued.
I thought we received an email maybe over the weekend or...
Potentially, but nothing was sent to me for submission of written comment. You may have gotten an email outside of that process.
Okay. This time I'll close the public hearing. Looking for a motion and a second to accept the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission on case S-771-20-22. Councilmember Grimes,
So moved.
Councilmember Madera.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to accept the findings and recommendations. Can we put those up, please? Findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission, can you throw those up, please?
My apologies.
Okay. Have a motion and a second to accept the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission on case S-771-20-22. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. And I believe we're going to go 6-1 on that one with Councilmember Douglas. Excuse me, being the nay. At this time, I'm looking for a motion concerning Resolution 2022-51. Councilmember Madera,
Move to approve Resolution 2022-51.
I have a motion to adopt Resolution 2022-51. Is there a second? Councilmember Grimes,
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, Mr. Gibson, would you please read the title?
Resolution 2022-51, a resolution approving the Legato Filing Number 2 subdivision generally located between Tower Road and E-470, south of 96th Avenue, west of Himalaya Parkway, and between Cathay Court and Argonne Street.
Have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2022-51. The title has been read. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. That motion will pass 6-1 with one absent and one recusal.
Thank you very much.
Have a good evening, sir.
We will not let you down, just so you know. We do feel very thankful. Thank you.
Have a good evening. Mr. Gibson, what's my new time of adjournment?
That would be 11:09 PM, sir.
11:09. We have 16 minutes. Okay.
Yes.
All right, next up, we're going to do a third public hearing on Resolution 2022-54, Ordinance AN-265-22, Ordinance Z-984-22, Ordinance 2396, for annexation and zoning of the property located at 7001 Colorado Boulevard. This item was continued from June 6, 2022. I'll remind council to use the public hearing only to ask questions, but not to express opinions or indicate how you'll vote. Council members are not to provide testimony if you wish to participate in the decision. Rely only on the facts in the hearing and in the record and apply those facts to the criteria in the Land Development Code. Per council policy, the mayor has the authority to limit testimony to a reasonable length of time to maintain reasonable equity of time for all positions on an issue. We'll set that at 10 minutes this evening. Mr. Hayter, would you like to address the council?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At this time, I'd like to ask the following. Is there any council member who cannot hear this matter and make a determination fairly and impartially based on the record before you and the facts and evidence as developed at the public hearing? Will the record reflect that no member of council has indicated an inability to be fair and impartial? Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Would you please, if you plan on testifying either in favor or for either side for this hearing, please rise to be sworn in by the city attorney.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Great. Before I open the public hearing, I'm going to do some housekeeping. Looking for a motion and a second to extend the meeting by 30 minutes from our automatic adjournment time. Mayor Pro Tem?
Make a motion to extend the meeting another 30 minutes.
I have a motion to extend the meeting by another 30 minutes. Is there a second? Councilmember Madera?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to extend the automatic adjournment by another 30 minutes, taking us to 11:39 PM. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Thank you. Now that we've done that, we can open the public hearing. We'll invite Anita Riley, City Planner, to make the staff presentation.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, this presentation will cover the following cases: AN-265-22, Z-984-22, and V-94-22 for the property at 7001 Colorado Boulevard. The applicant is Prospect LLC, and the applicant is requesting approval for annexation of and zoning to R3 multifamily residential for a 3.9-acre parcel. The applicant is also requesting approval for a vacation of right-of-way. The .08 acres will be combined with the property at 7001 Colorado Boulevard and zoned with that property.
Excuse me, could I ask you to speak directly into the microphone or pull the microphone closer to you, please?
Yes, ma'am. Is this better? Thank you. This map indicates the location of the subject property at the northwest corner of Colorado Boulevard and East 70th Avenue. This photograph is taken at the southwest location of the subject property. It indicates the current conditions of the property with an abandoned structure at the intersection of Colorado Boulevard and 70th Avenue, a storage yard to the north and west of that that structure. There is an additional abandoned structure further north, and beyond that, undeveloped land. These applications were evaluated according to the Commerce City Station Area Master Plan. This is the sub-area master plan for this particular area. And this plan, also known as the stamp, indicates that the subject property is designated for high-density residential. In late 2021, a report was issued by the Urban Land Institute Technical Advisory Panel. This slide indicates or shows a graphic that comes from that report that was also, where they also evaluated the stamp. They further supported that use of high-density residential at the subject property and recommended that the city focus on residential development in this area as a first phase of development. The applicant has submitted an annexation plat that describes the area of property to be annexed into Commerce City. And the full application for annexation has been evaluated according to the annexation eligibility criteria that is set forth in Colorado Revised Statutes 31-12-104 and 31-12-105, as well as Section 30 of Article 2 of the state constitution. And staff finds that the application met these criteria. The application was also evaluated according to Section 21-3340, the Land Development Code. This is the annexation approval criteria and staff found that the application meets this criteria as well. As part of the zoning application, the applicant submitted this concept plan indicating the locations and configurations of the proposed residential structures, as well as drive aisle within the property, parking, and the location of the detention pond. The applicant also submitted this rendering for elevations being considered for the residential structures to indicate the architectural character that they are contemplating for this proposal. The full zoning application was reviewed to the following, according to the following criteria. Section 21-3350, this is approval criteria for the zoning of newly annexed land. And the application, and the staff found that the application meets this criteria. The zoning application was also reviewed against section 21-3232, parentheses 5. This is zone change approval criteria. And the staff found that the application also meets this criteria. This slide indicates the analysis that occurred when reviewing against section 21-3350 for newly annexed lands. Some background for the vacation case for this proposal. Colorado Boulevard originally had a north-south alignment north of East 72nd Avenue, as indicated from this excerpt from the incorporation plat for Adams City. The road for our Colorado Boulevard was realigned to its current configuration in 1964. That portion of the right-of-way from the original alignment was used to provide access to the gravel pit located at this northwest corner of 72nd and Colorado. But when a bridge was constructed across Colorado Boulevard to that property, that right-of-way was no longer required. The applicant's proposal is to vacate 0.08 acres of right-of-way in this location. And that vacated right-of-way would be merged and zoned with the property at 7001 Colorado Boulevard. This portion of right-of-way is no longer being used. Colorado Boulevard is fully built out in this location, and there is no identified need to relocate the road into this right-of-way. There are no utilities identified in the right-of-way, and our Public Works Department has had no objections to this vacation. The applicant has submitted a vacation plat that illustrates the configuration, size, and the way the vacated right-of-way would be appended to the property at 7001 Colorado Boulevard. The full application for vacation has been reviewed according to the criteria in section 21-3233(3)B of the Land Development Code, and staff finds the application meets this criteria. The applicants held a virtual neighborhood meeting on April 12th of 2022. Neighbors within 750 feet of the subject property were notified via 114 mailings. Questions and issues raised at the meeting included questions about building height and number of stories, the date of application, the date the application was submitted, timeline for the project, number of units in the development, and number of parking spaces being contemplated. The development review team reviewed the annexation, zone change, and vacation cases in a meeting on April 21st, 2021, where they found that the requests for all applications met the respective approval criteria set forth in the Land Development Code. and they made an official recommendation of approval for these cases with the associated resolution and ordinances. Annexation Resolution 2022-54, Annexation Ordinance AN-265-22, Zoning Ordinance Z-984-22, and Vacation Ordinance V-94-22. The Planning Commission then heard the cases for zone change and vacation in a public hearing on May 3rd, 2022, where they found that these requests also met the approval criteria for zone change and vacation as set forth in the Land Development Code. The Planning Commission then voted 5-0 for each case to recommend to the City Council approval for these cases with the associated ordinances, Zoning Ordinance Z-984-22, and Vacation Ordinance V-94-22. That concludes the staff presentation. Staff is available to answer any questions, and the applicant is present to speak on behalf of this request and answer any questions that the council may have.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your presentation again and your work on this case. Does anybody on council have any questions for staff? Councilmember Noble.
It says that it's a change from A1 to R3, Adams County A1. I don't find an A1 in Adams County. I find an AP or an AG. What's an A1?
I would have to get back to you on that. This is how it is designated in the assessor's records and for Adams County.
What other zoning is available that would include retail or commercial on the street level? And then housing above it?
The Land Development Code has a zoning district for mixed use.
I'm sorry, you're going to have to speak up, and I'm wearing these.
Is this better?
That's better.
Okay. The Land Development Code has a zoning district called mixed-use development or mixed-use district.
Okay, so mixed-use development has been used by some developers to mean single-family, multifamily, paired homes, et cetera. Which is it, mixed use or mixed use district?
The mixed-use zone district in the Land Development Code has strict requirements for commercial that is located on the first
Okay.
floor with residential above.
Okay, so the mixed use district. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Davis.
Thank you. You mentioned in the virtual meeting that was held, there were a series of questions and concerns that were brought up. One of them, which was the number of apartments, for lack of a better word, in it. Part of it was the height of the building, but there was another part that came to mind as well, and that was the number of parking spots. Can you give me an idea of the number of housing units and then the number of parking lots in relation to that?
So those exact numbers have not yet been solidified because we do not have a development or a development plan before us for review. The traffic study was based on a calculation of 92 units.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions for staff at this time? Councilmember Madera.
Yeah, according to the traffic study, there's some improvements warranted. Are those incorporated in these plans? I don't think I saw those.
They would not be shown in these plats at this time. They would be shown on the development plan and the civil plans that our Public Works Department would review.
Is that all?
Deputy City Manager.
I have a response in regards to Councilmember Noble's question about
Do you have to
the-
be sworn in?
Yes, ma'am. So I'm waiting for Mr. Hayter.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir. With respect to the county zoning, A1 stands for Agriculture 1, based on the adopted Land Development Code of November 9, 2021 for Adams County.
I'm sorry, what was your answer?
A1 stands for Agriculture 1.
Okay,
for
I
the-
knew it was agriculture, I just don't see it in their code. Okay. What kind of agriculture for the one?
I'd have to do a little bit more digging about their purpose intent for their land development code, ma'am, but just wanted to make it clear that it is agriculture in the county as it currently stands.
Councilmember Madera, did you get your question answered?
No, but
Would you like to ask it
should I
again?
save my traffic questions for later in the presentation, or?
So we can have our Public Works Department respond to your question.
Councilman, can you please repeat the question?
Yeah, the traffic study warranted some improvements, and my question was whether those are incorporated in these plans.
What we are requesting of them is a northbound left turn lane. They are basically willing to make those improvements.
And what street would that be off of?
That would be Colorado.
Okay. Colorado is currently 2-lane, so would they be contributing right away to widen the road?
Yes, right away along the west side to realign the road and to fit that additional turn lane.
Okay, and then have we addressed, some of the comments were in regards to traffic noise and, there's a lot of truck traffic on Colorado and they have Jake brakes and it's a pretty loud corridor. Did we suggest or any improvements to mitigate those?
No, we have not.
If I may, sir, Chris, are you
Yes,
aware
sir.
of any city projects along Colorado Boulevard for improvements between 70th Avenue and 74th?
Yes, there is capital improvement projects to improve that. I don't have the specifics. I really can't speak to the specifics of those that capital improvement project. The person to talk to about that would be the capital improvements manager.
Then there was also a suggestion about a stop sign. Where would that be located?
I believe that the stop sign is recommended on the property as people are leaving the property.
Okay, so that wouldn't be on Colorado itself.
No.
Thank you, that's all I have for now.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just confused also. Has the developer talked about like what kind of barrier they plan on putting behind the O'Brien Canal, the water, where the water is, the O'Brien Canal? Is that for safety reasons to prevent any accidents from occurring along that area?
So we do not yet have a development plan from the applicant, but my understanding is that there would be some sort of fencing, and part of the parking garage facilities would act as a barrier to the canal as well. But I believe that the applicants can speak more fully to that.
Okay, thank you, I'll ask them.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you, Mayor. Are we to be just asking questions regarding annexation at this point? Or I've heard other questions that seemed like it was more related to zoning. Can I ask those questions at this point, or?
Yeah. This
All of these cases, resolution, ordinance, annexation, zoning are being heard under one public hearing.
All
You
right,
can
I
ask
just wanted to
questions on
clarify.
all of them.
Okay, thank you. So I'm curious if there have been any examinations of these safety concerns, because if this is going to be low-income apartments and there's 92 units, there's also elementary where the kids would be going, but you've got Colorado Boulevard where there's heavy truck traffic going up and down that street. And to me, that seems like something that needs to be addressed. And then I'm also wondering if they've done any environmental research on health impacts, because it seems to me that there's a lot of different heavy industry up and down that road, especially close to where this is proposed. We've got the gravel pit, and then there's where they're doing concrete mixing and people living right next to it, and then this is supposed to be more residential, so I have concerns about that. I don't know if those things have been addressed. I would certainly rather see this as mixed use as opposed to high-density R3. I guess this should be asked in questions, and I forgive me for making a statement.
Councilmember Madera.
Councilmember Douglas sparked a question. So Colorado currently doesn't have sidewalks. Is that something that's proposed? I mean, we're going to have children walking to school. They're going to be walking in ditches to get to 68 to go to Alsop.
So I don't have all of the specific details, but as part of the CIPP project along Colorado Boulevard, it is for both bicycle and pedestrian improvements between that stretch of 70th and 74th.
Well, and the other problem, some of those improvements have been made in certain sections of the road, specifically across the street from this development. And people park on the sidewalk because there's no street parking now. So you can't use the bike lanes or the sidewalk. So is that something that's going to be, enforced?
It's my understanding, yes, sir, that it would be enforced. Like I said, where we stand today with the CIPP project, we just most recently had a scoping meeting with CDOT to be able to kick off the design. So I think this is something that I believe Mr. Hoydell can bring back to the PW team working with CDOT to address in the future as part of that project.
And then one more safety concern is there's some railroad right-of-way along that corridor, and there's homeless camps throughout and on the CDOT right-of-way. It's very close to this development, and I think there's could be some safety risks there. Is there any proposed solutions that we're looking at?
Are we talking as it relates to this development or just more globally, sir, with respect to the city's operations?
Well, it backs up right to this development, so I think.
So we are currently, so with respect to this project, I'll kind of work it backwards. To Ms. Riley's point, we haven't had a chance to really take a look at what I would call SEPTED techniques that could be identified, so community policing through environmental design. That would occur at the appropriate development plan, or in this case, development plan stage. As it relates to our activities with respect to public safety, enforcement, and just general operations, I would have to defer to Deputy Chief Sadar about what approach that they have been taking more recently within that area of Adams City. I would say with respect to homeless encampments and homeless population, we are also working very closely with our homeless navigator in I would say, coordinating and communicating and connecting with that population as well, and trying to provide them with resources and access to be able to, once again, start to return back. So it's a multi-pronged approach prospectively to the city's efforts. But maybe Deputy Chief Sadar can speak more about activity for PD within that area.
Mayor Pro Tem. Oh, my apologies. Go ahead, Deputy Chief.
Which question would you like to have me specifically answer for you?
I guess just the question in general is, is it safe to develop high-density residential in this area, knowing that there are issues in the surrounding areas?
And we can mitigate the majority of those safety concerns, like what you brought up about people parking on the sidewalk. We will absolutely write parking summonses for those. We'll post notices on those vehicles and tow them after an appropriate time. With regard to the SEPTED solutions that Mr. Rogers mentioned, we are absolutely happy to work with homeowners and businesses and help them come up with crime mitigation processes. It's a pretty straightforward process, and we're happy to help with that. And then, of course, road engineering would be more of a public works issue, but with education and enforcement, we're happy to step in and provide enforcement wherever we can.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Once again, I was going to wait and ask these questions, but it seems like there's so much information that I feel like the mayor and the other council members may not have, because back to Councilman Davis's comment, exactly how many units are going up on this site? Is it 92 or is it 96?
That may be a question that's best answered by the applicant, so let's wait for that question until he comes up and gives his presentation.
Thank you. All right.
Councilmember Noble?
Is the applicant making a presentation too?
Yes.
Okay, I have questions for the applicant, so I will save them.
Mr. McFadden? Or your designated representative?
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. May I go ahead and start?
Please do.
Thank you very much for having us. My name is Marcus Pochner. I am here on behalf of Mr. McFadden and myself. I do want to thank you as I get started for your diligence tonight and staying with us at this late hour. Thank you very much. I'm also very happy to hear many of your questions. I'll try to address many of them as I go through this and still be diligent so I can come back for more comments. As I said, I'm Marcus Pochner. I'm a land use consultant and community outreach consultant on this project. Here's the agenda that I just want to cover briefly in a snapshot. The introductions, the community outreach that we have done, our specific requests, talk about the rezoning, the annexation and vacation criteria, and then Frank address any of those questions that you have. Our team tonight is Prospect, the owner of the site. Kimberly Horn is the engineer, can answer any of your questions on the traffic or any follow-up questions, and then again, the Pochner Company. I was going to have Scott introduce himself, but I think it's better just to go through that. Scott is a well-known, very established affordable housing developer in this area. He works specifically in transit-oriented development. I would say that the best thing to many of the questions that have been answered is TOD development is usually the answer to almost all of these things that have come up. We specialize in that and in particularly engaging affordable development in these corridors. This is the site. You all described it very accurately between 70th and 72nd. It's a very strange shaped site, a very narrow site that abuts the O'Brien's Canal there. We have worked closely with FRICO and will work on the fencing there to protect that site. But just showing you the overall location. What is so important, of course, is to understand the community. We always use a concentric outreach philosophy, so we work with the adjacent neighbors, then community stakeholders, and then the regional stakeholders. This tells a little bit about the process that we went through. Thank you, Anita, for going through that. We also had 8 additional questions come up. We have since met with all of those or followed up with all of the neighbors that have had questions and had very good follow through. And as you see tonight, no objections formally here this evening. This is an area we also decided to over-notice so we could catch all of the surrounding residential area and hear any questions or comments that they had. The project request, as you've heard, is the annexation, rezoning, and vacation, all 3 of those and separate. I'll give you a little background maybe to set this. Again, this shows our site here in light blue, but maybe the context for the rezoning. Everything in yellow around it is Commerce City. This has been in the long-range planning document for over 15 or 12 years for Commerce City. It has always been the plan to annex this site, and as you can see, nearly everything around it has already been done so. The 2 things that guide our work when we look at a site are the guiding documents and then the feedback that we receive from the neighborhood. In this case, it's pretty rare. We actually have the comp plan, and then we have an even more specific stamp plan that tells us what you'd like to see on this site. I won't go through because of the lateness of the hour. The comp plan, though, number 2 here, it says we address long-range housing, particularly with utilities and infrastructure to plan growth. Number 17 on the other side, we want to see a diverse population and we want to plan our infrastructure along with the housing, which is exactly what we are doing here tonight. You have a place that you all know, it's called the plan, the big ideas part of the comp plan. Again, this shows design new neighborhoods so that they are compact, walkable, and transit supportive. This is about changing the existing walking conditions, making improvements, and actually planning around infrastructure to really make improvements, not just for our site, but for the neighborhood around it. This is the opportunity that I talked about that's very rare, where a city said, great, we're actually going to do a stamp plan, a station area master plan. We're going to pull together diverse stakeholders that live in the area and actually write a specific plan for this site. So this was adopted specifically for this site, and it was studied for many years. You can see that it says it doesn't have a lot of destination areas, and we want to have a transit-oriented, walkable format. So here's what that stamp plan shows us. Our site, again, outlined in yellow, is entirely in residential and high. It's just from the map. That's exactly from the stamp plan. It says residential and high that you see there. So that's the guidance that we have, but I want to be very clear. That's the underlying guidance, and then we also hear from the community and from others about how to enrich that plan. So just to talk about the guidance in the zoning, there's the A1, the agricultural, that's large lot. It's agricultural crops and storage. The stamp plan says it should be residential high. That's what we want to see there. The zone district that you all have is R3 multifamily. As was said by staff, that reflects how you build density, high density residential district that allows this use. So we are going to the appropriate use to follow that and understanding that guidance from the stamp plan. However, and I want to be very clear about this because I've heard you all and I heard it previously, there's discussion about mixed-use commercial. Can there be some commercial? I just want to show here on the stamp plan, just as a reminder of the background, you can see that pink color there. All of 72nd from Derby over to this site is viewed to hopefully be a mixed-use corridor. 72nd should really be that more urban street to have that density and mixed use. That's what the plan shows. And it brings it there. And then actually the stamp plan goes into great detail about 72nd itself, that economic development should be that. It goes into great deliberation of that 72nd Avenue corridor and how to bring investment into the neighborhood from a retail and commercial standpoint. This goes more into that detail. It talks about how that 72nd corridor is there, and it looks again at the housing opportunities in the rest of the stamp plan, including our site there again in red, how to make that actually work from the residential perspective and a commercial perspective. So again, you have looked at over the next 20 years how this site gets built out, how the transit-oriented development works, and how eventually there will be true retail along the 72nd Avenue corridor. Now, here's what's important. You all have expressed, and the community's expressed, we want to see some commercial uses here. We think it's actually really important to have a mix of uses. We heard people talk about a bodega. We heard people talk about a coffee shop, to have that there. We couldn't agree more. We heard you. We have spent the better part of the last 3 months working with staff. Staff has been terrific, Steve, Jim, Anita, and we have found a way to include and incorporate a commercial use into this building that really provides that gathering place and some retail corridor. As you can see just on the bottom, I guess right of this image, it shows retail at the ground level to really activate this and provide this entrance here at 71st. What we want to do here and what we're showing there is a community space roughly of 1,000 feet, but frankly, folks, we want to go much further than that. We said we had to make this a reality, so let's go out to the marketplace and see if we can get people to actually invest in the site and try to find that community presence there. We have done so. We are under an LOI with CUP for this site to have a location there for them really to provide the community, the uplift, the partnership, to really provide an opportunity to have that coffee shop, a bodega, the community counseling, the workforce training, all of those gathering places that we think are so important. But importantly, and I want to be very clear about that, we want to go further than that. This is generally, as you all can probably think of a CUP location, around 1,000 feet or 1,200, 1,500 feet. We want to have up to 3,000 square feet of this type of use. That could be 2 or 3 retail, to really activate this, to have that retail corridor, and to fill the space, frankly, until 72nd Avenue develops. We all get that that's emerging, but we have to put down roots. We heard you, and we want to put down those roots. We're so honored that CUP has this LOI. We believe implicitly that this meets the rezoning criteria. There's no question that the comp plan says what this should be. It's telling us in very clear images, and we're trying to reflect that. But we have found a way to work with staff to be creative, to bring that commercial, that retail, community use into the site, and we really think it's great for everyone involved. I will say, I'm not going to go through these approval criteria. I will be happy to in more detail if there's questions about those. Just because of that, I do want to just focus again on that vacation background. This just shows the portion that we're asking to vacate. It is actually for Councilman Madera's questions to make the infrastructure much more efficient. That's an old curvature of a lane, so we're asking that to go away to actually make Colorado function better, to provide better infrastructure there and sidewalks. We will be providing, and I want to be sure, our annexation agreement requires all of the transportation improvements that have been asked thus far of our team. So Councilman, those are in our annexation agreement. We are required to do that, and certainly will do all of those improvements. We're actually anxious to discuss a few more we'd love to see on the site, some that you mentioned, but those are included in our annexation agreement. So sir, this goes through the approval criteria on just the vacation. Again, we believe that this is no longer necessary and really helps to actually render more efficient infrastructure. So folks, I was really quick trying to work through that, to go through it. I will be happy, or Mayor, if you want me to address some of the questions directly, but I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have. We certainly believe we're compliant with your criteria.
Appreciate that and appreciate you working through that as quickly as possible. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, thank you, and thank you for the presentation. Like I said, my previous question is, so how many units exactly will there be on that site?
Yeah, sure. So, Councilman, the maximum zoning on that, I'll just answer it that way, is 24 dwelling units under the R3 per acre. So the maximum just doing that is probably right at 96 units. I don't think we can get 96 units. The staff is absolutely correct. We don't have that final number down because not every detail has been done in the development agreement, as just as the annexation. But you are correct. That is in the neighborhood. It's probably somewhere between 94 to 96 units, somewhere in there.
Okay, so how much parking for each unit
Sure.
will be available?
Yeah, we will meet all, of course, applicable code. Right now, we are anticipating being at 1.5, which I will tell you, working on that type of development, that is high, particularly when you're adjacent to an immediate transit corridor, literally walking to a transit stop, but we are still going to park that at 1.5.
Okay, now, when you say 1.5, that's each unit will have 1.5 parking spaces?
That's correct, sorry. Yes, thank you.
Okay. And then, let's see. Okay, so that's like if every resident has one car, you're ensuring that each person will have their own parking space.
That's right, and it's a ratio, I mean, particularly affordable housing or other types of transit-oriented development, honestly, is more likely 1-to-1 or 1.3. We have a similar project in Longmont that's at 1.3, and it's substantially over-parked, but we believe, we understand this doesn't have all the fabric yet of a transit corridor, still drive to the grocery store, the coffee shop, so we understand that that needs to be parked, and so we're parking it at 1.5.
Okay. And then last question, I heard you mention a garage. So are you talking about having a parking garage on the site, or?
No, I'm sorry if I did say, just it would be structured, or excuse me, surface, that's the word I was looking for, surface parking. Really, the site is somewhat constrained because of its configuration, right? It's a narrow site and the way it backs to that. So it would be surface. Most importantly, though, is the building and the frontage and the eyes of the street are all on Colorado Boulevard. We think it'll be transformative for the pedestrian experience on Colorado Boulevard. And the most important thing to address the existing industrial traffic is actually to put buildings up there and have friction on the street and change the condition of that's there today.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
All right, sports fans, I need another 30 minutes. Looking for a motion to extend the meeting by another 30 minutes. Councilmember Grimes.
So moved.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to extend the automatic adjournment time of the meeting by 30 minutes, taking us to 12:09 PM. Is there any discussion? Excuse me, 12:09 AM. Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. We are extended to 12:09 AM. Councilmember Noble.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Ponder. I'm really happy to hear that, that you all are taking that position. Activation on street level, I think, is really important for Todd, especially in that area. You know, we have that 6-story building across the way. We also have a problem with the rock and gravel. And I know that when Adams County was in that building, that people simply didn't leave the building because of all of the particulates in the air.
Right.
And how are you envisioning handling this problem?
Yeah, and Councilwoman, thank you very much for the question. I think one of the challenges when you look at like a stamp plan, right, is we all know that's a 15 to 20-year vision, but we have to take those steps, right, to change that. So I think actually building consistent with what is planned there will change that. So most importantly, eyes on the street, right, building up to the street, adding sidewalks, adding infrastructure. I also think today there is nothing there. I mean that as far as that side of the street, just that smaller, lower slung building. So the industrial trucks, the trucks go very fast there, right? And we want to change that. We would be adding an entrance at 71st, to be clear, into our site, right? And then 70th is currently a four-way stop. We actually would believe that 72nd, if the city wants that to be a four-way stop, we would wholeheartedly support that as well. If that changes that again to really break the flow of the speed of that traffic, we would support that. So that addresses kind of the traffic issue. The question you asked there, again, I think, if this doesn't happen, and I mean that from a development of this type of TOD, what is going to happen there is agricultural storage and industrial uses that happen today. So it's only going to exacerbate the existing conditions. We're changing it, we're improving it, we're making it a transit plan. So I actually think from a cumulative standpoint, this is the best thing you can do from an environmental standpoint, is change the conditions that are there today.
It's currently a food and shopping desert, really.
Couldn't
There's
agree more.
nothing for these residential folks who would be moving into these units would be able to go anywhere unless they get on that transit or drive somewhere. So it really is important to do something in those spaces. I'm concerned that R3 doesn't hold you accountable enough.
Sure. I actually appreciate one of the reasons I came tonight to say specifically about those two uses is to put it on the record so we're more than accountable, that it's actually part of our hearing that we want to have those uses. So I'm not disagreeing with your point. I think the challenge, and I don't want to argue this point about the mixed uses, the stamp plan, just from like kind of a legal guidance, it clearly showed where the corridor should be on mixed use. And the stamp plan, the comp plan shows this should be high density residential. We think you'd have to change the comp plan, right? You'd have to go through that process to add it. I also would say, and I mean this respectfully, I think the stamp plan actually had a very long recitation that said this site would happen first and then the retail would follow. But you all have been correct about it. Doesn't matter, we need to create it now. So we found a way, working with staff, to bring that bodega, to bring that idea to get food, to really make it work now and have that use. So we're making that as an accessory use basically to the multifamily to really provide those services that I couldn't agree more, the neighborhood needs those so badly.
Yeah, and CUP is a huge hit, so it's in my area in Ward 4, so it's a good choice.
Great.
The other issue is setback from the road, so not only sidewalks, but being able to put in trees. For some reason, we get a designation as a tree city every year, but I think just about everybody in the country gets a designation as a tree city. But in fact, American Forest finds that Commerce City is one of the worst cities in terms of trees. And of course, with all that asphalt around there, it's going to make a heat dome for folks. So would you be willing to set it back enough in order to put in trees and so forth? I don't see much green space in your plan.
Yeah, and I'll just say respectfully, we haven't really rendered like the landscaping in, Councilwoman. It really was not a full site plan, right? So that was more of a conceptual. So I think in fairness, we will be adding that. You're absolutely right. We want to have that. I think that tree lawn is probably already included in those development steps. Will we do that? Yes. Will we continue to do that? I think it's finding, you're right, put all the trees that we can and balance having the building up at the street to actually slow the traffic and change the condition that we have there as well. Sometimes those really wide setbacks lead to that, too fast still happening. So I think it's finding that balance and really working for both of those goals.
Okay, and I did listen to the recording of the neighborhood meeting.
Yes, good.
And the webinar, I guess, or however you did it. And there were residents who did ask about commercial and retail, and I was actually concerned that it wasn't listed as one of the within the summary of the neighborhood meeting by either you or our staff. So I'm glad that nevertheless, you are moving forward and doing that. So thank you.
Yes.
On that basis, I could support it. Thank you.
Right.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I ask how many stories high this will be?
Yeah, it's, Councilwoman, it is planned at 3 to 4. That's probably more of a functionality of that maximum density and how it fits on there. But right now, it's planned at 3 to 4 stories.
So it could be 3, but it could be 4.
That is correct. Per the zone district, it would allow that to happen. I think that probably steps down, Councilwoman, so there may be a little 4 and 3-story. That's what we're planning.
kind of a mix.
Yeah, and there has been a phase 1 and 2 done on this site as well, by the way.
And I was also very concerned about the amount of green space. And is Cup the only, are you planning on any other commercial?
Yeah, I think that's exactly why we had just Cup, that kind of 1,000 or 1,500 square feet, and we said, you know, we need to lean in here and not just go there, but see if there really could be true commercial emerge there. So that's why we want to go up to 3,000 square feet. That's, you know, if you divide that, that's usually 2 or 3 retail spots. That's a lot for that location, which we think is terrific, and we want to build it and activate it and have it. So we're talking to plenty of people, many more. I think honestly, it would probably start with 1 and that would grow into that, as most transit sites do. But most importantly, we have to build it or it won't be there, right? Meaning if we don't plan it now, so we've said, let's set it aside and build it now. So when that commercial interest is there, we can put it in place.
And people have to qualify for a certain immediate income to live there?
So our financing and funding that we're putting together on the bonding and through CHAFA, as you know, Councilwoman, that has a process, an AMI requirement. So we will work through that with CHAFA on the requirements for the different AMI levels, yes.
Okay. And you think the industry will move out when you guys move in?
I do. I would say in all of the transit locations we've done across the metro area, people didn't think that would happen, and it's happened at every one of them. I think transit, it takes a while. I completely agree with you, but I think that there is a way to really reflect that value. And honestly, the value that we're bringing, I think, changes the value of that industrial use and makes it more valuable for residential and/or that commercial corridor.
I'm still concerned about the kiddos getting to Alsop, so
Yeah,
keep that in mind.
absolutely.
Any other questions for staff or the applicant? Seeing none, Mr. Gibson, is anybody registered to speak? Any written comments provided? Anybody here to speak?
No, Mayor.
Thank you. Seeing no other requests for questions, I will close the public hearing. Now I'm looking for, if we could put the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission on the screen, please. While we
Oh, I'm
do
so
that,
sorry. I
I'm looking
apologize.
for a motion and a second to accept the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission on case Z-984-22. Councilmember Grimes.
So moved.
Councilmember Noble.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second to accept the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission on case Z-984-22. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Noble? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously 8-0 with 1 absence. Now, as it concerns annexation eligibility, I'm looking for a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2022-54, determining eligibility for the annexation. Mayor Pro Tem,
So moved.
Councilmember Grimes.
Second motion?
I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2022-54, determining eligibility for the annexation. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the city clerk please read the title?
Resolution 2022-54, resolution determining the eligibility for annexation of the City of Commerce City, Colorado, the property generally located at 7001 Colorado Boulevard, Adams County, Colorado, in case AN 26522, known as the 7001 Colorado Boulevard annexation.
I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2022-54, and the title has been read. Do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously 8-0 with 1 excused absence. We're going to go on to annexation approval. I'm looking for a motion and a second to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance AN-265-22. Mayor Pro Tem,
So moved.
Councilmember Grimes.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance AN-265-22. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Councilmember Noble?
So this is a zoning approval, correct?
This is the annexation approval.
Oh, annexation. Okay, never mind.
Again, motion and a second to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance AN-265-22. Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance AN 265-22, first reading of an ordinance annexing the property generally located at 7001 Colorado Boulevard, Adams County, Colorado, to the city of Commerce City, Colorado, in case AN 265-22, known as the 7001 Colorado Boulevard annexation. Your vote is open.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
All right, motion carries unanimously, 8-0, one excused absence. We're now going to move on to zoning approval. I'm looking for a motion and a second to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance Z-984-22. Councilmember Grimes?
So moved.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance Z-984-22. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Noble?
Yes, I just want assurance from staff that using the R3 zoning is acceptable when there is a commitment to put commercial in the project as well. I understand that they're making a promise and they're doing it publicly tonight, but just as we've heard earlier, things change, people change their minds, reinterpretation happens.
There has been an assurance given to the applicant that they can have an ancillary use for a community room, and that community room may be used in some sort of, for some sort of nonprofit use.
Where there is an exchange of money and things are bought and sold?
I believe so. I can pull up the email that was provided to the applicant if you would like for me to do that.
Yes.
Let me see where that one is. Okay,
Are you ready, Anita?
I am. So this is an email from the Community Development Director identifying the ability to have an ancillary use for the community room.
I don't see any reference to ancillary use. I do see a community space.
The text says, I am going to classify the community room you speak of as an ancillary use for multifamily use.
Okay, but how does that reinforce my point about, commercial trade, buying and selling, buying a cup of coffee, buying gifts, et cetera, everything that CUP does in their stores?
So part of the conversation was that this community room could be used for a nonprofit.
And that's the extent of it. A nonprofit could be
It could be.
childcare center.
It could be, I believe a childcare center may have some additional requirements and regulations.
Then I would ask that it be changed to mixed-use district.
So a couple of things, ma'am, and I will try to help provide some clarifying thought, or at least additional information for you all to ponder and to have a discussion. What you find with CUP is I would say, a unique use with respect to our land use classifications. They are a nonprofit organization that has a programmatic approach with use, that are trying to provide life skills, and through those life skills, that program relies on CUP as the primary way of being able to build and to allow them to remain contributing assets into the community. So when thinking about that with respect to a true retail use versus what they do, the line gets a little muddy. So I would say from CUP's perspective with the use of the space, they are more akin to a nonprofit organization. And if Jim Tolbert's still online, he can express more about his interpretation of the land use code under an unlisted use. But I think that is where it came down to, is because of the end user today being CUP, nonprofit, life skills, programmatic, mental health, other factors, that the exchange of money is ancillary to their primary mission and focus within that space. I would say, I will be point blank and frank, the R3 zoning as it currently stands today for a true commercial use, whether that's a Chipotle, whether that's a Starbucks, whether that's a McDonald's, does not allow that today. So what you find yourself here is with CUP, once again, kind of straddling that line based off of what we've got defined within our land development code. Now, with respect to a mixed-use zoning, and Matt can correct me if I'm wrong, what you have before you are a couple of things. One, a request for R3 zoning. So as it's stipulated in our land development code, you're only able to act on the request that is before you, unless the applicant agrees voluntarily or willingly to change his zoning from R3 to mixed use, which I believe would run us into various other notification and publication requirements that would have to be addressed in order for that to be considered. So what you really have before you is whether or not the R3 is appropriate. If it's not appropriate, do you continue that item for the applicant to continue to work on with staff based on council direction, or you deny the application, or you approve the application? You cannot approve the application with conditions, because by doing such, you're creating a planned unit development, which once again would have to be continued because other actions and requirements would need to come back before city council. So complex answer, trying to kind of give you some information on how to move forward, but.
Councilmember Grimes.
I believe, I don't know if this should be directed to Mr. Pochner or staff, but I believe there was reference made to additional potential commercial space, and it just seems like we're putting ourselves in a corner with R3, because even though CUP may ride the line, it limits what else can go there later. I would personally like to see us, I don't know if continue is the right word, but I'd like to see if the applicant is willing to explore mixed use to protect the ability to put commercial in that space.
Yeah. Okay. Do you want to go first, or go ahead?
Yes, I think, appreciate that, ma'am, and I'll allow for him to answer, but I think it's good just kind of understand, you know, the reality of what our mixed-use district is, which kind of pushed them to the R3, and what we as staff, and speaking on behalf of community development, are trying to entertain with the land development code rewrite. Yes, ma'am.
Can I say a dirty word? What about a PUD?
That's been on the table. I think when this initially came through the door, and you know, speaking with Mr. McFadden, speaking with staff, looking at all potential avenues forward, which even include the mixed-use district, we found ourselves with what I would call a missing district. Currently, our R3, you know, meets all of the, what I would call it, you know, milestones, highlights for being able to develop a credible project. However, it doesn't allow commercial space. That's something that our new land development code will analyze and assess on how to do that. Our current mixed-use district allows, obviously, vertical stacking of commercial and residential. However, it requires the entire ground floor of each building to be commercial. And rule of thumb with respect to vertically stacked mixed-use projects is that no more than 10% of each building floor should have, on the ground floor, should have commercial space in it, because then it no longer becomes viable for underwriting. So
Can we bifurcate the zoning and issue 2 zoning districts?
yes, you could. By doing such, you have to then carve up the property, because our land development code requires that split zoning, as I would call it, has to be bounded by property lines. Vertical stacking, you're now bringing in air rights, and from a land use and an air rights perspective, that gets extremely messy. You have to start carving it up. You have to look at condominiumizing that airspace, being able to define, and that becomes too problematic when you're trying to record that plat at the county, amongst a whole other litany of issues with respect to our operational aspect from an organization. So in that sense, I don't think that's a viable option here on this
What
piece of
about a
property.
guarantee to rezone once we have an updated LDC?
Once again, now you're conditioning zoning, and if you're going to condition zoning, you might as well just rip the Band-Aid off and go to a PUD.
I mean,
That's fair. I'm just exploring options. Yeah, no, go ahead.
no, thank you very much for those great answers. I would say, just to add on a couple of things, just want to be straightforward about the mixed-use zoning. If that was the request for the site, we wouldn't be able to develop the affordable housing here, because it does in your code require that that be ground level retail on every building. It would not support it here. And what also would happen, just from a timing standpoint, and I know you all know affordable housing, the way it works with CHAFA, is we wouldn't meet their funding deadlines, right? So that area would not happen. So we agree, actually, Councilwoman Grimes, what you're talking to, this is a challenge. Jason, I think we're missing a district, right? But we're meeting the very clear intention. It says high-density residential on the stamp plan, right? It says to do that. But we heard it and we said, let's make it work this way. Staff has been terrific about finding that. We described, Councilwoman, cups, the use, the services, all of those things to a T, and said that could be an accessory use. So that involves that. Why go further? Why go to 3,000 square feet? Because frankly, maybe CUPS does more counseling there, more workforce development. It doesn't have to be a separate retail. And what it allows us to do is exactly what you're saying. In 5 years from now, if we have that space and it's built and there's a code update and we're allowed to change that to retail, then retail will happen there, right? So yes, we would look at that. That's why we want to be sure that we set it aside now. So we're trying to address just what you're saying by doing it in the R3 and bringing that retail community focus that everybody wants to see there. I think we've thread a very tight needle, and I think we found a way to do it.
I appreciate the response. I'm just concerned that, I mean, what happens if you're approached by another retailer and you can't accommodate?
Yeah, so that's actually a perfect. So here's what happens is we get to build 90 units of affordable housing, and that developer, that retailer, gets to come forward and ask for that rezone on that portion. Then we could do a PUD or something. I'm not saying staff, but they would support it, but then we would be able to look at that individual parcel or something and do that. So we think that's highly likely. Maybe you all change your code so that use is allowed, right? But what happens if we don't do it and we say it only will be mixed use? Then development doesn't happen there. I don't think somebody comes forward right now and says, we think there's a commercial viability there, because there's not. We've tried. We're talking to everybody. The only other thing you could probably get there is a gas station without the housing. It would just cover the site and put a gas station there. And we think this is a much better use.
I agree.
Right.
I agree 100%. I'm just suggesting that intentions seem to be the theme of the night, and when this council is gone, what if the next one doesn't recognize the vision, right? And I suppose that's a risk we take. That's why we pass the torch. But I guess if the right answer and staff says the right answer is R3, then I'm okay with that. I just want to make sure we don't put ourselves in a position to not be able to develop retail. And I also appreciate your comment about, the financing piece of this, and you really can't make this housing development come to fruition in any other district. So,
Sure.
thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, and I just wanted to re-stress my concern about it being a mixed zoning is the concern. I want to make sure that for the parking, every unit that's built, every resident will have their own parking space. So that is my concern. If it went mixed zoning, would that be a problem? So I'm, sticking, I'm glad to see that. Yeah, thank you.
Great.
I have a motion and a second to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance Z-984-22. Mr. Gibson, would you please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance Z-984-22, first reading of an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance and zoning map of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by zoning the property annex of 7001 Colorado Boulevard annexation from ADCO Adams County A1 to Commerce City R3 multifamily residential. Your vote is open. Councilmember Davis? And Councilmember Hurst?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes 6-2 with one excused absence. All right, once again, I need a motion and a second to extend the automatic adjournment time of this meeting by 30 minutes. Councilmember Grimes?
Are we able to extend per the new ordinance? Was it an ordinance in
No.
specific increments?
Hasn't been drafted or adopted yet.
Can we adopt it really quickly? I'm just kidding.
We could do it as an
30
emergency.
minutes, but we don't have to use it all.
We could do it as an emergency ordinance.
No,
Okay.
Not now.
thanks. I move to extend by 30.
I have a motion to extend the automatic adjournment of the meeting by 30 minutes. Is there a second? Mayor Pro Tem?
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to extend the automatic adjournment time of our meeting by another 30 minutes. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Where am I at here? Give me, if you were a nay, show me a hand so I can see. All right, 3 nays, 5 ayes. We are extended until 12:39 a.m. Moving on to the vacation approval. I think we all need a vacation right now, right? Looking for a motion and a second to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance 2396. Councilmember Madera?
So moved.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second introduced by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance 2396. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2396, first reading of an ordinance vacating Colorado Boulevard right-of-way consisting of the northwest side of the realigned Colorado Boulevard south of the Burlington Ditch at East 72nd Avenue, Commerce City, Colorado. Your vote is open. Councilmember Hurst?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, motion carries unanimously 8-0. One excused absence. All right, before we move on, I need to know, Resolution 2022-68, is it time sensitive? It's the IGA for Third Creek West.
Yes, sir.
It is time sensitive?
It is time sensitive, sir.
All right, Jenna Lowry, Executive Management Analyst, please introduce the item.
Excuse me, Mayor, I'm unable to stay.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I will make this as quick as possible, as I know we are at a late hour. The amendment to this IGA is pretty straightforward. So the IGA itself was passed by council in November of 2021. That IGA addressed construction timelines for regional improvements related to Third Creek West. Since November, staff and the developer have been working as quickly as possible to get through different entitlement phases, most specifically the various development agreements. That said, it did take us 8 months to get all of that wrapped up, so there's been a bit of a delay with starting construction. So this amendment to the IGA simply accounts for that time it took us to get to a point for construction to start, and essentially extends the construction by a reasonable time. The timelines are otherwise the same. They're not getting extra time per se, only extra time to account for these 8 months of development agreement work. So that's the agreement. It's, again, pretty straightforward, but happy to answer specific questions.
Thank you. Does anybody on council have any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2022-68. Councilmember Grimes?
So moved.
Councilmember Madera?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2022-68. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title?
Resolution 2022-68, a joint resolution approving the First Amendment to the Intergovernmental Agreement for the construction of Third Creek West Regional Improvements.
Once again, I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2022-68. The title has been read. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously with a couple excused absences. All right, ordinances on first reading. Ordinance 2399, recognition of the Colorado Department of Local Affairs grant. Does anybody on council have any questions for staff? Councilmember Grimes?
I'd like to move to adjourn the meeting and continue all further items to the next meeting.
I have a motion to move to adjourn the meeting. Is there a second? Councilmember Madera?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to adjourn the meeting and continue all other items to a future date. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion is going to carry 1, 2, 3, 4 to 2, 3 absences. Have a good night.
NIGID meeting?
Mayor, we still have NIGID, ECAGID, and ERAGIDs. Okay, thank you, sir.
There's no quorums, so let's call the other meetings. They're done.
Yep, they're done. They're done. Okay. Yeah, we're done. Mayor said give 1 minute. Hold on, Mayor said give 1 minute.
All right, at this time, I'm going to call the Northern Infrastructure General Improvement District meeting to order and ask Secretary to call the roll.
Mayor Huseman?
Present.
Or Chair Huseman, Vice Chair Allen Thomas, Board Member Madera, Board Member Davis, Board Member Noble, Board Member Hurst, Board Member Grimes, Board Member Ford, Board Member Douglas. Chair Huseman, you do not have a quorum.
Do not have a quorum, therefore the meeting is adjourned. We will move on next to our ECAGID meeting. Call the meeting to order, ask Secretary to call the roll.
Chair Huseman? Chair Huseman?
Present.
Vice Chair Allen Thomas, Board Member Madera, Board Member Davis, Board Member Noble, Board Member Hurst, Board Member Grimes, Board Member Ford, Board Member Douglas. Chair Huseman, you do not have a quorum.
Do not have a quorum, therefore the meeting is adjourned. We'll move on to the ERAGID meeting. Call the meeting to order, ask Secretary to call the roll.
Chair Huseman?
Present.
Vice Chair Allen Thomas, Board Member Madera, Board Member Davis, Board Member Noble, Board Member Hurst,
Present.
Board Member Grimes, Board Member Ford, Board Member Douglas. Chair Huseman, you do not have a quorum.
Do not have a quorum, therefore the meeting is adjourned. Have a good night.
No, sir. Matt? You guys have a great evening.